joined by James, the Bosnian apostle, philosopher, philanderer, philatelist, phlebotomist, flamingo enthusiast, man full of phlegm. How's it hanging down there in not so sunny South Carolina, James?
We're getting ourselves a little tropical storm tomorrow, so that'll be fun early in the
Oh,
season.
nice. All right, cool. Well, today's episode, we were talking about rum, specifically Myers rum. Rum is one of my favorite spirits. I think they're all kind of my favorite spirit, actually, except maybe tequila. Um,
But we did an episode on mezcal, and you talked about how much you liked it, and tequila is quite similar to it.
we did do an episode on mezcal, which is one of my favorite spirits. Also, again, they all are, except actual tequila. I guess the mezcal from the blue agave plant being my least favorite. But tonight we're going to talk about Myers rum. You got a bottle on screen. If you look at James' screen here, he's got a bottle of Myers rum. It's a great dark rum that I was first introduced to probably when we were like 14 years old, somewhere at your house. We were just discussing
No,
what
because my
age.
dad loved it.
Yeah, we were just discussing what age it was when we first started drinking Myers. Obviously, when you're a teenager and you're young, the things that you like to drink generally are super sweet and don't taste anything like alcohol. I now have you heard me talk about the yummy phase?
Yeah, I feel like we talked about it on a cast because it was it was the Love Line guy or whatever that
It
was
was. We
talking
did.
about it, and
Yeah.
I thought that his take on it started off reasonable and then ended completely unreasonable.
Well, look, the thing for those of you who are not familiar with the yummy phase is it's not mine. It is Adam Carolla's. That's the name escaped me for a second. I got a lot of good theories from this guy. The yummy phase is that when you're young, you like things that are yummy and you dislike things that are yucky. I'll give you an example of yummy. That would be juice or Pop Tarts. What
Candy.
you would not like would be a glass of smoky peaty scotch and rye bread. Okay. But some point in your life, you transcend this yummy phase where the idea of drinking a glass of juice to me actually does not sound very good, unless, of course, there's alcohol in it. And, and then still, like, I way prefer a nice dry wine, red wine, over a glass of grape juice. The idea of drinking grape juice to me is just silly. And I probably would only eat a Pop Tart if I was dying in the desert and stumbled across a hidden storage of Pop Tarts. It would never be my go to. But you lose this affinity for sweet things, and you gain this affinity for more complex, deeper, darker flavors like Scotch. But we liked Myers rum because it's sweet, it's syrupy. Help me explain your take on the flavor of Myers rum.
I wouldn't. I mean, it definitely has a sweeter taste than a lot of rums because it's dark. It's got this molasses flavor to it that like is usually distilled out because like a lot of rums start off as molasses. You either use sugar juice, like not yeah, I mean yeah, sugar juice,
Technically, yeah, technically sugar juice.
and you let that ferment, or you use molasses and you let that ferment. But the thing about Myers is they ferment it from molasses and then distill it, but then they also add more molasses in afterwards. So you get it's got like a caramel flavor to it as well. And
Molasses,
so
molasses is a very good word. You can definitely taste the molasses in it.
well, I mean, it's not a, I mean it's exactly what's flavoring the rum is you've got it starts from molasses, they distill it, and you lose a lot of the molasses character because you're boiling it out, but then they add it back in. And so instead of just taking like the raw spirit and letting it age and then watering it down to proof, like they're also adding molasses in to help water it down to proof.
Um, so on that note, we got a couple of drinks we're gonna make. I'm gonna make a rum drink the way that I like to drink rum. James is going to make a rum drink the way everybody needs to be drinking rum. If you're not familiar with the drink he's about to make, it is one of the top tier drinks. Super easy to make, and
I don't
uh,
even have shakers. You don't need shakers for this
well,
drink.
ideally, you wouldn't shake it, or it would ruin the kind of concept of it would ruin the concept of the drink.
Yeah, the only
And
thing I have,
it
bar
was
spoon.
okay. All right, cool. So look, I'm gonna go first because I'm gonna make a rum drink the way that I like to drink rum, and that is sorry, you're losing me, tracking me over here, but bear with me. I like
I or the cameraman.
I like a few rocks in here in my rum. All right, just to water it down just a little bit. And then I like
That's
a
a hefty bit of rum, by the way.
well, I just poured it prior to us starting. I'm like, I need enough rum to get through the podcast. Um, I have beer on tap here if I need it. And then I like a nice bit of uh, lime in there. I like a little lime juice. For some reason, this is like I could drink these. I mean, and I have many times. I could drink. I'm just gonna throw it in there because it kind of looks nice. And I could drink these all night long. Better, in my opinion, than mixing it with soda. Although your rendition with a little bit of soda in there is a phenomenal cocktail. I'm just going to a little stir just to move around the ice cubes, melt it a little bit, and that lime juice, and that's my drink. This is my preferred way to drink any rum.
You're not adding anything else. It's just rum and lime juice.
I'm not adding anything else. It's literally just rum and a little bit of lime juice. I mean, I like drinking rum just with nothing in it, but you throw in a little bit of lime juice, and to me, it's like the perfect cocktail.
So before I make my drink, and because this is related to the drink that you just made, like when considering what drink to make for tonight, I was between two candidates: the drink that I'm about to make and the daiquiri. And this is one of this is my favorite thing to ask a bartender, especially if it's at a bar that I've never been to before. Because a lot of people have in their minds like a daiquiri as this like extremely sweet and frozen drink that I call it cruise ship tourist bartending,
Well,
right?
yeah, a daiquiri is typically a frozen drink, a blended frozen drink of some type of fruit juice and rum.
Right. And that's not actually a daiquiri. Like the original daiquiri recipe is a great drink, but it's extremely simple. It's just rum, lime juice, and sugar, and it's just shaken over ice and served up. Um, and so if I go to a bar and I'm trying to assess whether the bartender like knows their drinks or not, which is basically going to determine whether I'm ordering like either highballs or beer or order like a more complicated drink. Like my trial question for a bartender, make me a classic daiquiri. And if their response is we don't serve frozen drinks, then I'm
Yeah,
on beer and shots that night.
I mean,
Um,
there's a lot of ways to judge bartenders. Ordering what should be a simple and well-known drink is probably a good one. We had a friend, a mutual friend of ours, just called me last night. He was like, "Hey, I just got back from dinner. I didn't know what to do. I ordered an old fashioned, and it came as a very watered down drink with cloves in it." And I was like, "Yeah, they may have their own version of an old fashioned. It sucks, whatever their version is.
yeah, but that's not an old fashioned.
That's not an old fashioned." So,
Although I
uh,
could see like cloves as a garnish being an interesting idea to try.
yeah, but again, then it would be like if you were at like the 76, uh, you know, uh, food hall, it'd be like the 76 old fashioned or something. You wouldn't order
Right.
an old fashioned and naturally put cloves in
Yeah.
it.
But
But I do agree, it could complement the drink very well.
the other reason why I like the classic daiquiri as a drink is it's something that every bar can make. Every bar is going to have lime
Mhm.
juice. Every bar is going to have rum. Every bar is going to have sugar. So you're not asking because like there's a whole bunch of like esoteric drinks, or if you want to be a dick, you can ask about like, hey bartender, can you make me a red eye? But
Yeah.
this is a drink that literally any bartender can make. It's the simplest concoction. And if you can make one well, it tells me that you like if you know what it is and you can make it well, it tells me you know your stuff. A while back, I was playing golf with one of my friends, and we got paired up with two guys, one of whom was a bartender for a very nice restaurant in Charleston. And around hole two or three, I asked him that question of like, "Hey man, you know your drinks? Like, if you're out on a date with a chick and you want to like see whether the bartender knows her shit and like that, I'm like, what drink are you ordering?" He thinks for a second. He's like, "I'd probably order a classic daiquiri."
No, that
And I was on the tee box and I was walking around like this because I told my buddy this is the trial question, and
yeah.
bartender that I've never met before comes back with my answer. Guy that
So
knows more about booze than I do.
so before we have you make your cocktail, I want to say hi to Wonder Woman Make Naka Barbie. Sorry, the screen's a little far from me, but let us know in the comments if you hear. Let us know if you're having a drink or you want to have a drink. Share a drink with us. We'll give you a little cheers if you throw us what you're drinking. And James, anything holding you up from making this sweet cocktail you're about to make?
No, we are going to be making the Dark and Stormy, which is just an absolute classic of a drink. And I'm glad that I picked it for tonight because since we're getting a tropical storm, And it makes me think of our Voodoo days because
Oh yeah.
Voodoo had a special. You remember this?
Oh, remind me. Remind me.
So they had half off on their dark and stormies, but it had to be dark and stormy.
Oh, that's freaking brilliant. I don't remember that actually. It doesn't surprise me. That was a very cool bar. That's where I got the inspiration to have these tiki glasses up top just for a little bit of bar character. One of them probably is actually from Voodoo. I wouldn't be surprised.
They're
Um,
closed now. You know that, right?
I heard they closed. Yeah, I heard that they
So I
had.
went there on their closing night. Remember the painting that they had of Jesus standing over a Freightliner?
Yeah.
The owner was there, and I went up and talked to him, and was like, "Yeah, man, I love your bar. I'm sorry it's closing and everything. That painting that you have behind the bar, how much do you want for it?"
Oh yeah. No, they used to actually. Yeah, they used to actually like have local artists for art on the walls there.
Yeah,
What did
I
they?
wanted the Jesus over the Freightliner painting,
Yeah. What did he say? He's not
not
selling
for
it.
sale.
Yeah.
He's like, "That one's coming home with me."
What a cool bar, Voodoo, Charleston, South Carolina. Okay, so tell us about this drink. What you got there?
All right, so we're making it dark and stormy. Really basic. You're just gonna go with like a dark rum. I prefer Myers, but another classic pick would be Gosling's.
Okay.
So start by just loading up our glass with some ice. And since I've got a pretty big glass, I'm gonna kind of double up on my portions here. And probably gonna go with 2 full shots, so about 3 ounces of dark rum here. One,
That is a dark rum.
two. So next ingredient, lime juice. And I'm probably gonna go with about an ounce or so of that. So you can't see me measuring, but just trust me that I'm getting to about an ounce. And this is optional, but I like the way it tastes, is a couple dashes of Angostura bitters.
I will tell you from experience that without the bitters, the drink doesn't taste good.
It tastes good, it's just too sweet.
You need the bitters in there. It's
So we'll just do 1, 2, 3 dashes.
also I like bitter things. I have well
You like
transcended.
bitter drinks way more than I do.
Yeah, well,
So, and the last step is ginger beer. I'm just going to
you
pour
using
that
that bar
gent.
using that bar spoon? What are you using the
I
bar spoon?
will. I'm not going to use it for the actual pouring of the ginger beer. I could, but
All right. Well, I'm just curious because I may have a critique on your cocktail here.
you see, I'm pouring it gently in, get us nice and topped up, and then the last step is just give it a gentle stir, and you got yourself a dark and stormy.
Interesting. So my rendition, and you threw me off at the beginning. I thought maybe you were just going to do it the opposite way that I would do. And sorry to interrupt you before you have a sip. I'll let you have a sip. Cheers. Cheers to rum, and cheers to Wonder Woman Naka Barbie. What I will say that I would have done differently is I would have put in the ginger ale first, and I would have taken the ginger ale from the refrigerator, put it in, stirred it gently with the ice just to make sure it's nice and cold, and then I would have used the spoon and poured the rum so the rum stayed on top, so you have the dark clouds up top, and then you
So
stick a straw in it as one normally would a cocktail, and then you're not drinking right from the top of the glass, and you've got a dark top, and you're kind of sipping from the bottom. You're drinking the soda.
yeah, I would. I actually think that your idea of pouring it over the spoon to put some clouds on the top of the drink, which you can kind of see on camera,
Well,
like
that's what I
that's a
thought.
step that I'm.
That's what I thought you were going to do with the spoon. That's why
No,
I
I
thought
was
the
just
spoon was
stirring it,
for.
but my view is you want to add your carbonated portions of any drink as your last step,
That's usually as the last.
or your latest step possible.
Well, that's why you would do a room temperature rum, so it's going to kind of naturally stay on the top, and that's why you stir the soda a little bit, get some of the bubbles out,
Yeah,
and
but
make sure it's on the bottom.
I wanted to put the thing is, if you're stirring it once and then you pour in your rum and your lime, you got to stir it again. That's two times that you're going to be disrupting the carbonation.
Oh, I wouldn't stir. I wouldn't even stir the drink. I might stir just initially when you pour um, the ginger soda in there or ginger beer. If you get your
I
hand,
would say you want to have it. You want to have all of your ingredients mixed. Like the critique that I will take from you is like the dark float at the end is something that I missed. But I don't think that you want to just pour your rum and your lime juice into the drink and then leave it unmixed. I don't like that idea.
to each their own. But cheers to that. And are we missing anything kind of on the rum? I know we weren't going to get too deep
I can't
into
see any of the comments.
it. No, it's just Wonder Woman says, uh, "I'm straight edge tonight. Enjoy your drink." So you should be able to open up the comments. Oh, they're far away. That's why. Yeah, we got this new setup, so we're a little further away from our cameras and computers and screens than we'd like to be. So we got our drinks. We're not doing a full new episode in the new format. This is going to be slightly
We can
different.
just transition straight to part two. I'm
I
comfortable.
Yeah, I kind of think that's what we need to be doing right now, because we got a lot to talk about today. Actually, there's you texted me this morning, saying, "Hey, here's some topics we could talk about," and I said, "Man, I had a lot to say on these topics. Should we?
Let's
Well,
talk about the one that's most local to you.
is that the Knicks or is that the World Cup? Because they are both super disruptive of my entire life right now.
The Knicks because it's probably more disruptive to you.
So let me tell you, I'm not a basketball fan. I've never really been a basketball fan. I'm not going to pretend to be a basketball fan or jump on any fandom bandwagons just because it's cool and popular. I will say, though, in my defense of just paying attention to basketball all of a sudden, is that my office has a phenomenal view and it overlooks Madison Square Garden, which is the home of the Knicks. And Madison Square Garden has been decked out for the last couple weeks with just the Knicks are on the screens. It's orange and blue lights along the outside of Madison Square Garden. They painted the subway stop blue and orange, and there's just people selling T-shirts and just blue and orange apparel, blue and orange hair. Everything is blue and orange, and the Knicks are just on every screen. Everybody's talking about it. So I wanted to see them win. And for somebody who never watches basketball, I actually watched some basketball. Um, and they weren't that good, to be honest with you. I'm really surprised that they won. Did you watch any of these games, James?
I watched a bunch of them actually. I
It's
don't.
ba- they basically sucked all game. They did not play great basketball, and it seemed like the Spurs just kind of in the fourth quarter of every single game were just super sluggish and just fell apart. And that's how the Knicks got lucky. But the Knicks literally they had I think a world record comeback of 29 points in the
That
second
was
half
in
of
Game
one.
Four. Yeah.
No, I thought that was game two. Maybe it was game four. I don't remember. But either way, every game they had to come back by double digit points for the win, and it was like you were on the edge of your seat if you wanted the Knicks to win, but you basically just kind of sat quietly if you didn't want them to win because you assumed they were going to lose, and then you were just the last 3 minutes of the game. You were just like, this is not happening. I actually, no, it was game. It was I think it was game two. It was their third win, so it had to have been the third game. Um, that they were 30 points behind or 29 points behind at half, and I just went to bed. I was like, they're not winning this game, and they did. So they won, and New York has been on fire since. I thought they were going to play the sixth game back at Madison Square. They won in San Antonio, in Texas. I thought they were going to lose that game because they were behind the entire game, and I thought they were going to come back to New York and they were going to kick some ass in New York, and New York was going to be just chaotic and wild, and people were just going to tear shit down, even though
Well, it
they weren't.
already was.
It was chaotic, and so what ended up happening was they won, and there was so many watch parties, and what watch parties were in Times Square, in Central Park, in somewhere, a couple different parks in Brooklyn, outside of the stadium, all these screens live streaming the game. And there, I mean, we're talking just thousands of people shoulder to shoulder in the streets, jumping up and down, screaming. And remember, the Knicks were losing the whole game. So like they were pissed off the first half and then just watched them inch their way to the victory in the games that they won. And the game that they did win, which was in Texas, the streets were jam packed. Knicks fans knew they needed this win, and they went wild. Um, but here's where it gets interesting. My take on this. Did you hear about any of the celebrating? And I'm curious what you heard.
I've seen some of the videos, and that's like, and this is something that I've never fully understood because it's not like this is the first time that it's happened. But like the whole let's destroy shit in our own city because we won.
So that's where I'm going with this. A couple of interesting things. Uh, I don't know if it was directly Mandami, but I believe it was. And what I'm saying is that something has changed since all other games. And so when it's a day or two before the Thanksgiving, we have the Thanksgiving parade, which is Macy's is also on the corner of my office. So Macy's area gets like locked down, the gates go up. Uh, this time we had more police fences, which were interlocking and blocking the. You couldn't cross the street midway anywhere for like 5 blocks all around Madison Square Garden. Police presence was crazy through the roof, and they had basically like walking corridors, and just things were closed off. Now I'm going to attribute that to Mandami just because I feel like it's all of a sudden I'm just seeing this, and it's inconvenient because you can't cross the street midway. So what you have to do is you have to walk to the actual part where the crosswalk is, which is where you're supposed to cross. But there are so many people on the street, you may have to wait a couple of traffic lights just to get up to the crosswalk. So here's what happened. Because of all these barricades and stuff, do you know why the rioting was? Is because people were trapped for hours.
I thought the rioting was because people were doing what you see in lots of cities, which is like celebrating by committing property like crime.
No, so
Like,
that's originally what I thought too. And then I talked to my friend, and he said, "No, I was actually on the street. He runs a restaurant, and he said that they had ordered extra supplies because it was such a crazy night, and they were just watching their delivery vehicle stuck for like an hour. And he walked outside, and the streets were jam packed, and people were just screaming. They were trapped in the streets. They couldn't cross the streets, and so when I heard about this the next morning, before I talked to him, I started picking back up listening to the radio in the morning. They're listening to NPR, which is kind of a left-leaning radio station. Although I truly believe they try to not be too biased, but it's noticeable and it's frustrating. So what they said was, last night's celebrations were mostly peaceful. There was only 7 people shot, 3 school buses dismantled, and 1 taxi that was destroyed. But it was an overall good night, and we're very happy with the police presence and the mayor's handling of this. And I have never heard mostly peaceful protests, 7 people shot, 3 school buses dismantled, and 1 taxi destroyed in the same sentence.
well,
Um, so what had happened was these people got trapped into the streets and were basically like, "Let us the fuck out of here," and that's why there was shooting and just people were freaking pissed. And when you trap people in, I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of people trapped, and they were just going nuts. And it's getting later into the night, later into the night. My friend was stuck in Midtown until like 5 o'clock in the morning or 4:30 in the morning. Uh,
so I hadn't heard anything about that. Like when I see like the videos of people celebrating and like breaking down buses and stuff, like the way I look at it is like you see videos like that out of Philadelphia and Boston and LA and everything else. So to to say that this is unique to New York, it just isn't. To say that this is because Mamdani is a mayor, no, this happens in there are plenty of examples of cities where people destroy shit when their team wins. It's never made sense to me, but like
well, so that's so
if you're
that's
saying that the
where
police presence was higher, then like you could say that like Mamdani might have a hand in that. But I would also say that like the police themselves have a responsibility to just like do things well. So like
It
it
was
like Mamdani might say like, hey, let's have more people out, but like the police department needs to like run itself well. Like
well, I mean, yeah, I agree. I'm not blaming entirely Mamdani, but what I'm saying is just a total systems failure, which had the opposite effect of what they were going for. And I mean, I thought it was kind of I thought two things. I thought New York is degenerated so that we're celebrating and destroying our own city, and then I thought this
that's
is
typical though. Like that's not
well, it's
like
typical of other cities. It's not super typical of New York. Like even like the Black Lives Matter protests, they got a little hairy. But then there was talk that like the opposition planted people in there, which I kind of also believe. Uh, you know, but but we just don't usually see that, especially when people are happy and celebrating. And I mean, we're talking destroying school buses.
yeah.
You got to be a pretty. And I watched the videos of it. I was just like, these guys are some low life pieces of shit. That I mean, there's probably some kids group or something that's got to get home to fucking Ohio tomorrow morning, and
Well,
you
I
are.
think it was a New York City school bus because like when the buses aren't being used during the school year, which it's not right now, or maybe it still is in New York.
I think it is, but these were in like Times Square area.
Right,
So
but like the city uses those for other things besides
true.
school events. Like they use it for various transportation things for other events and stuff. Because hey, if you've got buses and you need buses, you might as well use the school buses. Who cares, right?
No, I mean they use their garbage trucks for plows, so it makes sense. But yeah,
But yeah,
it was just it was comical and sad. Like you know you kind of have to laugh just because it's so bad. But you know watching people just destroy their own city in celebrating, I thought was awful sad. And then today was the parade. Today was the Knicks celebratory parade, and that took place in the financial district. Luckily, not near our office. I see a comment from Melinda. I'm gonna read her comment in just a second. Uh, and I was waiting to hear that there was some other crazy stuff that happened, but apparently they have corrals. So same idea. They're fenced off areas, and as they fill up, if you leave, you can't get back in. And
so kind of like Times Square for New Year's Eve.
I think, yeah, except a much longer version because it's for the parade, right? So the parade goes, 15 blocks or whatever.
Yeah,
Um,
but same concept.
so when I was driving in at like 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, they were saying that the corrals are already full. Do not attempt to go to the parade anymore. And the subways were skipping all the stops south of Canal Street, basically anywhere near the parade. So they were like basically not allowing people into that area, which because my office is in Midtown, apparently all of the bars, I didn't go outside because it was just you looked out the windows and there was just a sea of people. And apparently all the bars were just jam packed. More people than this parade route uh, could hold came into the city to watch this parade. So there's lots of Knicks fans. I'm going to read Melinda's comment. I'm a Knicks and Yankees fan forever. The Knicks made mistakes, so the Spurs should have won the game, but it's not in the cards. The New York City fans do not know how to act. Knicks winning just provoked these idiot fans to act like fools. I've been watching the Yanks faithfully, so I hope they can win a World Series this year. That would be pretty wild. And Melinda also said they were arriving since 5 o'clock in the morning. I think I heard that the corrals open at like 5 or 6 in the morning. So, and remember, I did this in New Year's in high school or shortly after high school. Once you go in, if you have to go to the bathroom or something, you can't go out. So we got to Times Square and walked into a corral at 4 p.m. and we were not allowed to leave until after midnight. And that was the only time in my life I pissed in a plastic bag. So
Yeah,
uh, you're trapped. You're trapped.
there's a few people that have asked me like, "Yo, should I like?" I've always thought that like doing New Year's Eve in Times Square would be a fun thing to do. And I'm just like, absolutely not.
No, it's
Uh,
just it's
like, do you want to be freezing cold, sober, and standing in an inch of pee?
it was such a bad experience, and I think everybody should do it just to know how awful it is, and then to watch people go there over and over again. But for me, it was so cold that night. It started raining, and then the temperature dropped to like 25 degrees. Or it's January 1st, right? December 31st. So night times get very cold, and it just happened to be a warm enough day that it rained, and then the rain turned into like sleet and then into snow, and then it just stopped and got ice cold. So we were all wet, soaked, and just stuck there waiting for like Mariah Carey or somebody to come, Fergie to come sing, and then the ball's going to drop, and then we just go back to our hotel, which was, by the way, the size of a closet. I remember going to that hotel in New York City and it being the smallest hotel room I'd ever seen in my entire life.
And going back to the hotel room was probably still the highlight of your night.
Oh well, walking back to the hotel room, we were basically just walking in a pack of people, and the streets. I just also remember thinking, "Holy shit, these streets are so filthy," and it was just people throwing their garbage and just all the confetti and ticker tape that fell. Do you know I learned about ticker tape and how it started? You know anything about this?
I don't know the origins of the phrase. No.
Okay, so you're instantly you're gonna be like, oh, duh. So ticker tape originated from the financial district during the parades, and they would take their stock tickers, which printed out the stock prices on a repeat on actual paper. And when there was a parade going by one year, these stockbrokers were just ripping this off and throwing it from the buildings. In one building saw another one, then they all started throwing it because by the end of the day, the floor is just littered. If you ever seen the stock Wall Street floors
From
in
80 years ago,
the
yeah.
80s and 90s and 70s, there was just so much stuff being printed. At the end of the day, like they're just sweeping this stuff off of the floor, and we're talking like in certain areas
Yeah,
you can build up like snowdrifts.
I mean, I do know where the term stock ticker comes from. Like, what's the ticker price? Like,
Yeah,
and
well,
because like you had a machine and you had a giant roll of thin paper, and
exactly.
every
So,
couple seconds or so, it'll go tick 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 with the new price.
and that's what ticker tape is. It's the actual tape, the
Right.
paper.
So I knew what ticker tape was, and I knew where the phrase came from. I did make know the association for how like ticker tape parade came because like what does that have to do with ticker tape?
Exactly. Yeah, I just thought that interesting. I learned this one. I also learned that Nix is short for Knickerbocker, which is a phrase referring to someone who was Dutch who located to New York. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. All right. So let's move on to the World Cup because that's also happening where you are, and the World Cup final's not far from you at all.
So yes, another major. Oh, by the way, uh, I left early when the Knicks were playing in New York. I had to get out of the area. Um, the World Cup is happening in New York City, but it's actually happening in New Jersey. Uh, so I park in a parking lot that is one stop outside of Manhattan. Now that I moved out of Manhattan, I got to commute into Manhattan every day. I have a long commute, kind of average 90 minutes plus one way. But I drive all the way to the city and stop and park one stop outside of the city. So I don't have to deal with that congestion traffic going into the city. So I park in the parking lot and then I take the train one stop. And I've been doing this for at least 4 or 5 years, this way that I get in. So the parking lot sent us an email about a month ago saying our parking lot is going to be closed for our regular members on these days. But you can go to some of our sister lots, which are just in random places across New Jersey, and get 10% off of the prices. However, because it's a World Cup game, the prices are going to be 3 and 4 times as much as they normally are. So I was like, okay, that's kind of that sucks.
Are you at
And
least getting a break on your like monthly membership? Like
no, and
that's bullshit.
so we got an email 2 or 3 months ago saying we have new management. The prices are staying the same. There's going to be a $4 surcharge. So I sent an email back. Was like, are the prices staying the same, or are they going up $4? And he said they're staying exactly the same. We're just adding a $4 surcharge. I'm like, so they're going up $4. He didn't respond to that. So this time I said, oh, I'm just a little confused with how we're getting a deal here because the subject of the email was like, great deal for our customers. You can't use the parking lot and you can pay somewhere else to go. I was like, that's not a deal. So he said, if you'd like, we could arrange for a call. So I actually talked to the guy on the phone. I was like, just so you know, like, I'm a salesperson. This is the dumbest shit and most frustrating. I'm reading this, getting mad at you. Like, I understand what has to happen, but like, don't sell me shit and tell me it's, it's something else. Um,
And what did he say?
he's just like, well, it's just our policy. And I said, yeah, I know. But like, you asked if I wanted a phone call, and I just figured I'd tell you, like, this is annoying and it pisses me off. That's it. So I can't park in the parking lot. Also, the trains are not accepting regular train passengers. You must show a World Cup ticket to get on the trains.
So how are you supposed to get to work?
I could drive in, but the traffic is going to be so heavy that day. Uh, it's going to be way worse than normal. It would probably take me 3.5 hours to get in. So I'm not fucking doing that. And then there's like some other way you can get in, but I was just afraid that I was going to get there and the parking lots were all going to be full. So I think it was Tuesday was the first World Cup game here. I took that day off, and I plan to not be going in the other World Cup days. It's been super disruptive. Um, and I didn't even actually I caught one game in full live, but unfortunately I have not. And I like soccer more than basketball, but I'm also not a fan. I don't watch much soccer. Um, but that was my experience with the freaking World Cup so far. It's just been frustrating, and it has kept me from going to the office. So
So I've been watching a lot of the games. I love the World Cup, but I can understand why like it's really annoying. Well, here, you know what? Like I have this like really bipolar relationship with it because like I hate FIFA and I hate how the World Cup logistics have been handled in this country with the ticket pricing and all sorts of other crap. Like the games themselves and the competition, I still like. And like full disclosure, I've got the game out on my other screen right now. Like that,
well,
but
hey, on the hate of FIFA, I literally just saw something online that they are covering everybody's logo. So if you don't sponsor the World Cup, you're not paying the World Cup millions of dollars. They are hiding your logo. So a couple
Levi
examples.
Stadium.
What's that?
Levi's
So
Stadium.
Levi Stadium is the Levi logo. It says Levi, and what they did was they actually just covered it in like white, but the shape of it still existed. So Levi's actually changed their official logo on like Instagram and their website to just a white shape that was the same,
Yeah.
which I thought was very smart. I mean, we're talking about it here, so that's cool. Uh, but
So
I also saw pictures of like literally the condiments and everything in the rooms having tape over the logos on that. So
yeah,
basically,
no,
they don't want any
FIFA.
brands.
If
Uh,
FIFA isn't getting paid, they want nothing to do with you. Like they're so corrupt and so profit driven. I hate it. But I think about like
yeah.
I was seeing when you're talking about like the public transit situation, right? So
Yeah.
there, not your city, but there's certainly an analogy to be drawn here. So Foxborough Stadium outside of Boston, it's about 20 miles away, right?
Hmm.
And they have train lines that run from Boston to the stadium. And normally it's like an 11 or like a $20 ticket or something, right?
Oh yeah.
And for the World Cup, they're charging like 120 bucks round trip. And like it makes me think back to when I was living in Spain. Now, where my like dorm was in Spain, I could walk to the stadium for Athletic Bilbao. It would be like a maybe a 15-minute walk from where I was to the stadium, but like they had a metro stop right at the stadium. And whenever they had a home game, they ran the metros more frequently to get people there and back because you had people from all over the city wanting to get to the stadium. They didn't change the prices. It was just you paid whatever the pass fee was or whatever else. You
And
just
they
scanned your
accommodated
ticket.
more people and sold more passes.
Right. But
You know,
I think
I've actually been thinking about. So I sorry to just cut you off, but I want it fresh in my mind because I actually want to say it out loud because I actually think it's a fucking brilliant idea. I take this New Jersey Transit all the time. A lot of times, uh, I get on a train and it's like a Japanese train basically. You ever seen a Japanese that have these guys with
yeah.
white gloves that like shove bodies on there? Um, there's standing room only. I was on the train the other day and it pulled out of the station, went just under the Hudson River, so underground, no reception, and turned off. AC turned off, and the lights turned off. And the conductor waited like 15 minutes before saying, "Hey, apparently there's an outage. We'll keep you updated. We don't know when it will be fixed." Luckily, it was fixed in like 10 minutes, and it was like less than a half hour. It was like a half-hour delay. I was on the train a couple summers ago where it's a 3 hour plus delay, jam packed train. No, it was middle of summer. It was like August, and there was no AC. and it was I mean it was people were like freaking the fuck out on the train. I think maybe there were some fights. People had to be taken off the train onto the tracks. But here's the point that I'm making: these trains that I get on, that I'm paying whatever price for, and I don't get a seat. I think there should be like so, and also the trains have like language posted on them that like you shouldn't be standing in between the cars. It's not safe. People almost, I'd say, every day or every other day, more times than not, the trains are so packed, people are just basically jammed in there. You're not supposed to like touch the doors. People's bodies are like smushed against the doors. Uh, I think there needs to be a class action lawsuit. Like, why are we paying full price when we don't get a seat and we're endangering ourselves? That, I mean, this is like somebody should be in charge of like making sure there's enough cars, making sure there's enough trains. And I mean, it
Well,
really feels like we're in a third. I mean, just
can I
I guess
finish the
it
point of my story? Because you
feels like we're in a
completely
third world country.
derailed it.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll stop talking for a minute.
Because like you're talking about the inadequacies of public transit in this country, and I'm trying to draw a comparison between the way that I saw it run in Spain, where like the trains that were going to the stadium, they were jam packed. You know, like seriously, standing room only. But people knew that you're trying to get 50,000 people to one place in the city all within like 30 minutes or something. It happens, but like people were pretty respectful. But also, they didn't gouge you. You paid whatever the normal price was, and like they ran trains as frequently as they could. And
You're
so,
going to an event. You're going to an
right,
event.
but I'm thinking about like we have a big problem in this country, which is that we don't have good public transportation. And I look at countries like Spain that have pretty good public transportation. I know because I've lived there and used it. And like, how do we get public transportation to get more funding and stuff? We need to get the public behind it. You need to get people to say, I will vote for this, right? And
Yeah.
so when you have not, and I get that not all cities are set up for this, but Boston and New York certainly are. And so you've got cities that have established like public transit that works to get people to the stadiums, and the messaging should be, here's a cheap and convenient option for you to use instead of driving. And then what they do is they take away the cheap part, and so people are like, we're paying all this money to support like like most of these public transit authorities operate at a loss, right? So taxpayers are supporting it, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with my tax dollars going towards that. But if you're going to be operating at a loss, and then for an event like the World Cup, say we're jacking up our prices by 6 times, it's just like, you know what? Like, fuck you guys. Like, you had this is an opportunity for you to show why the investment is worth it and why it benefits the public. And the one opportunity you have, you fumble it.
But also, these public transportation should never be operating at a loss. Um,
Yes, I'm fine with it operating at a loss.
well, what I'm saying is just it shouldn't be, and like,
Well,
I'm okay with
the
it.
only way
But
then
also,
you have
yeah,
to pay more in fares.
well, no, I think they're just managed very inefficiently. Is where I'm going with that. I think they're managed very inefficiently, and they're bloated
Management
organizations.
efficiency can only account for some of that. Like the running a large public transit operation is inherently expensive, and the only way to make it profitable would be to charge people more money or reduce service during the times that are like less profitable. So like you want to get a train home from 2 a.m. like from Penn to East Rutherford, like guess what? We only got like 30 people on this train, and it costs us what 300 people would need to be.
Yeah,
Like, you know what, we're not running the 2 a.m. train anymore.
yeah.
So either you want your 2 a.m. train and you're okay to let this thing operate at a loss because it's convenient and it benefits the public, or it doesn't. Like, you can't have it
Yeah,
both ways here.
it is tricky, but I do think they're just generally bloated organizations that just the costs. I don't know.
I'm
I'd,
not saying
I'd,
that they,
I'd
that
be very curious
these
to look
institutions
into.
in the United States run at peak efficiency and are run by the best and the brightest. But I'm saying that to just shunt it off and say, well, if they were just better run, they could be profitable and serve the public. And the answer is no, it's not that simple. And the public should say, you know what? Paying a little bit of our tax money to support infrastructure that's conducive to public transit is a net benefit to everybody here, even if you drive. Because if you're someone who drives and never uses public transit, but you can get 10% of the drivers off the road and
I
using
was,
public transit, now
exactly,
you have less traffic.
exactly.
Everybody wins.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Yeah, with
that's
the
why I'm saying it's
transportation.
okay for these things to operate at a loss. You want to hold the people accountable. You want good people working these jobs. But to say these things must run at a profit and generate revenue for the other operations of government, I think is myopic.
Um, all right. What else? What else is on our list here? We got the Knicks. We got the World Cup. What else am I missing here?
You should be watching more of it. The games on whole have been really entertaining, and like there's some really good storylines emerging out of it already. The United States surprisingly is playing well. Like their game against Paraguay, they showed like good tactics, good skill. Like I and that has historically not been the case for us. So there's some real optimism about our national team. Like you
Yeah.
should be watching these games.
Well, I'll be watching tomorrow actually, and I brought home some hardware with me so I can. I'm not going to the office tomorrow, and I've been working outside, so I actually brought home hardware so I can put a projector on the side of the house. That's how I watched the one game the other night. Is I was outside working on the computer, and I brought the projector out and just sat it on the side of the house. So I'm excited for that because it's pretty cool to just chill outside. It's not too hot, it's not too muggy, it's not too cold with a beer, um, and some mosquito deterrent, and watch the game. That's pretty cool. Um, so I think kind of the last thing on our list is
If you're interested in talking about it because it's political.
well, no, I'm cool to talk about this because it's such a shit show, and I think we'll probably kind of agree on a lot of it. But I'll let you set the stage, and we'll see where if it goes left or not.
Well, in the last couple of days, it looks like we're going to be signing a deal to be ending the war in Iran, which like by itself, if I were to just stop there, it sounds like a good thing because war is bad, so I'm opposed to war. So like I'm not opposed to us ending the war. But I want to talk a little bit about the Iran war deal and why this whole war was just so catastrophically stupid.
Um, okay, uh, cool. Have you noticed gas prices going down near you over the last week or so?
I have not looked because I don't drive all that often these days,
Oh
but
yeah, fair
I
enough.
will say that my car is at like a quarter of a tank right now or less, and I'm waiting as long as I can to fill it back up because
Yeah,
I expect gas prices to go down.
no, that's smart.
And I've been like only filling up my car like $10 or $15 at a time. So because I'm like eventually this shit's gonna end and I can get cheaper gas eventually.
I gotta fill up my tank twice a week. So, and it's a pickup truck. It's not
Right.
that's not fun.
But you have a different life than I do.
A lot of time on the road is what I have. All right, so go ahead.
Well, so it's unclear exactly why we got into this war because like if our goal if our goal was to overthrow the Iranian regime or help support like the protesters that were protesting against the many human rights abuses of the Iranian regime, well, that didn't really happen because yes, we killed like their supreme leader and a number of other people, but like the people that have replaced those positions are even more hardline fundamentalist than the people that existed before. And one thing that is a guarantee whenever a country gets attacked, like the government can help use that as a rallying cry against some external enemy. And so like it can help unite the people. So there might be some people that would have been inclined to protest and overthrow the government that are now like, you know what, we'll support the government because at least like they're not like dropping bombs on my school, right? So we simultaneously failed to change the tone of their government while also undermining the legitimate political protests that were happening there. Um,
What do you mean by undermining the political
the
protest?
protesters are weaker today than they were 4 months ago.
But what you're saying is that they should be stronger because they have encouragement from us intervening with their government, basically.
Right, but because the government is now stronger, it has more support within Iran now than it did 4 months ago. Like the protesters that want a more free and open Iran are in a weaker position to cause any kind of change in their government. Now, before this war had started, there were always questions about like who controlled the Strait of Hormuz and whether like anybody could really assert authority over whether ships could pass through it. And Iran demonstrated they are the ones who control it and they get to decide whether ships can go through. So
No, they
we
demonstrated it by shutting it down. Yeah, so they
right,
certainly have control over it.
right. And so there was this unanswered question that the world was pretty happy with it, the answer being ambiguous. And by us starting this war, it got the answer that nobody wanted, which is that Iran can just shut this down if they want to,
And
which they
yeah, and
did.
has total control over it,
Right,
and will to just to weaponize that.
right.
Uh,
So we 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 demonstrate the Iran got to demonstrate power to the world by saying we can
yep.
shut this important place down if we need to. Iran also got to demonstrate power to the world by saying, "Hey, we stood up to the United States and we didn't fall."
Oh,
So
that's a good. I haven't even thought about it like that. So there's lots of other places that uh, could give that a
So so Iran got to show to the world, hey, if you stand up to the United States, like yes, it will hurt you, but like if you are strong enough, then you can survive it. Also, we pissed off every single ally in the region except Israel because when Iran got started getting bombed, they started shooting off missiles at places like Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar and stuff. And I have negative opinions of all three of those countries. But like I can at least understand that there's like some foreign relations like reasons why we stay friends with them. I don't agree with them, but I can understand some of the arguments there. Well, we pissed off all of them because they're like, "Hey, we just got a whole bunch of missiles shot in our cities and we weren't even part of this war. This isn't cool." So we pissed off our like a whole bunch of our key allies in the region. Um,
yeah.
a
I
whole
think.
bunch of like, and you know what? A whole bunch of people died.
Oh yeah, loads of people died. Loads of
Like
people.
we bombed a children's school, like 5-year-old girls, 170 of them just killed.
Yeah.
Like that's not cool.
Was that the school that had relocated, or maybe I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of.
Like the first day of the war.
Yeah, and it was a school that had relocated to what was formerly like a military operation or something, a military building.
Yeah, but there was like no military nearby it
No,
and
our data
hadn't been
our
for
data
like
was just a decade plus old.
right.
Yeah, and so we just bombed the fucking school. Yeah, I remember that incident, and shame on
And
us.
like
That's really
I mean, we had soldiers of ours that were killed. And
no, but
like
bombing a school is should be seen as war crimes, really.
it is a
Uh,
war crime.
and whether your data is correct or not, like whether the intention is there or not,
Well,
it's really fucked up.
you need when you are signing the orders to authorize a strike somewhere, you need to have double, triple, and
You do your homework.
quadruple checked,
Exactly.
and
Uh,
nobody did. Like, and
yeah.
so yeah, like there's the human cost of this, and like that really gets lost because in the big picture, 100 lives don't matter to people. And
Well,
like,
I mean, I suppose the bigger picture probably not, but um,
I'm not saying that
also
because
when
I
it's
agree with
so.
it. I'm saying that because that's reality.
No, I mean it is a reality that there has to be some sacrifice somewhere for things to happen, but it's also easy to think of it like nothing when you hear people screaming in another language and it's so distant from you, and it doesn't you just can't relate to it because it's so different. But I mean, the reality is these are people that live lives and live in homes and have families just like you and I. Well, maybe more like me than you, but
Yeah, but well, and there's also just the tremendous economic damage from this, where like for 3 or 4 months we've had much higher gas prices, and that's drove companies out of business. Like, I Spirit Airlines went down because of this, and
Spirit
like I
Airlines.
didn't,
Yep, yep.
and like a whole bunch of farmers in this country like can't get fertilizer because fertilizer was like another big thing that went through the Strait of Hormuz. And so, like, you had this tremendous economic cost. And, like, that's even before we talk about how much this cost us for us to just run the war and, pay for the soldiers and the bombs and the shit. Like,
Yeah, it's really it's just absolutely insane. And I think
but
I
what do we get out of this?
so I think here's my thinking. And again, I don't pay attention to this stuff as much as you do. I do believe that they've been a real Iran has been a real nuclear threat back to Obama. And I feel like the Obama administration totally downplayed it and said they had way better control over it than they really did. And that's what I felt back then. And by the way, that was during Obama, and I adored Obama, generally for the most part. And I just remember hearing these things and thinking, like, I feel like there's more there, and I feel like they have more power, and I feel like we're not taking it serious enough. But
Well,
they've
that
been this
wasn't really true.
they've been this slow burn, with enriched uranium and stuff over the years. Apparently, they have a lot of control over obviously the Strait of Hormuz and effectively the greater world economy because of it, although they hadn't exercised it. Um, I just
So
assumed that
let's go back to the
hang,
original nuclear deal.
hang on one second though. I assumed that we were going to go in there and basically just rock the country back to the Middle Ages, which is what basically people in America believe that Iraq and Iran are, just people that live in caves, which is not true. But we were going to rock them back to the Middle Ages, and we were going to take their natural resources and establish a government that was not as dictatorship, as it is, and just kind of open them to the Western ways of democracy. And I don't necessarily know that that would have been the best
Well,
solution, but that's kind of what I, as the unsuspecting American, was expecting to happen.
well, hold on. Let me pile on to that one because I'm going to come back to one other thing you said. But I think that like what we did in Venezuela in January,
Hmm.
like Trump thought and was probably led to believe that what we were doing in Iran would go a lot like what we did in Venezuela, where it's like a quick in and out. We topple, like we take out their leader, we topple like their regime, and like we can just like install our own people in there, and like what we done in like 3 or 4 days. And I would bet that Netanyahu probably led him to believe that as well. But it's like thinking that Iran was going to be as easy as Venezuela proved to be is I mean really poorly informed. But like I
But
think that was the idea initially. It was like, hey, we can just do another Venezuela in Iran.
yeah, and I agree. That's kind of I thought it was going to be. I originally thought it was going to be a lot simpler, and
And for
you
the
know,
record, I was opposed to the shit that we did in Venezuela too, but at
yeah,
least we were effective with it.
but Trump has very. I think he's at like a 30 something approval rating right now.
Low
Uh,
30s.
yeah, I think it was like 32 or 33 actually. Uh, but I heard this on NPR, so who knows how accurate that is.
No, that's
Uh,
true.
but I think people that voted Trump into place were mad because the cost of living has gone up and this crazy inflation that we had under Biden,
Oh, and he
and
also said no new wars a lot.
he has. Well, I mean, you can't always predict that. I'm not saying he
Yeah, but like
had the
there's a
intention
difference
of having wars,
between like
but
you
he
being
is
pulled into a
intentionally
war and you starting a war.
he has intentionally started a war. Exactly. Yeah. So, uh, but the cost of fuel has gone up, and inflation continues to go up. And it looks like actually interest rates, not that he has any control over interest rates, are going to go up the next opportunity they can. Um, the cost. So even if you love Trump, and I'm not saying I hate him like Trump derangement syndrome, and I'm certainly not saying I'm a Trump fan. I'm just kind of a neutral observing party, sort of. Uh, but he has failed to deliver on any of this economic stuff, and his actions have directly impacted.
Not
Uh,
only has he failed to deliver, like his virtually every decision that he has made on the economic side has made things worse.
yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with you there. I'm just saying that I'm not as crazy anti-Trump as you are.
I don't think
Uh,
it's crazy to be as anti-Trump as I am.
but I definitely, well, I mean, you got to consider your alternatives. And Kamala Harris was not a great alternative. Although I recently listened to a Kamala Harris interview with the Diary of a CEO. Do you follow that podcast?
No, but like just to say that like Kamala Harris had some unlikable qualities doesn't mean that like if you just look at in terms of like what policies would have been put in place, like, well, I spent 90 minutes on this a week before the election. Go watch that episode.
Of SipTalk. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. I don't want to get too political on the Donald Trump stuff, but like,
But
if you, but the point that I'm making though is that if you were a Donald Trump fan, like, look at what's happening. This is not what was promised to you, and you should be fucking pissed with it.
yeah. All right.
Uh,
So let me address 2 points. Well, I want to continue talking through the Iran deal. So one thing you said is like the deal that Obama penned in 2015 with a bunch of other countries. The abbreviate I don't remember all the words, but it's the JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, maybe. So that was in place from 2015 until 2018. It was ended in 2018 by Trump. Now, between 2015 and 2018, like the independent agency that was in charge of like going through and inspecting like all the facilities and stuff had said like no, they're playing by the rules. They're doing what they said they were going to do. So, like your point of saying like Iran might have actually been a nuclear threat between 2015 and 2018, the independent agency would disagree with you. Now, after we pulled out of the deal in 2018 by Trump, that decision was made by Trump between 2018 and let's call it 2025 or 2026. The question of like how much was Iran enriching like uranium and how close were they getting to a nuclear weapon? That's hard to answer because when we pulled out of the deal in 2018, they said, "Oh, if you guys aren't going to keep your end of the bargain, why should we?"
yeah, one of the funny
So
things I heard about under Obama was that the U.S. had hacked their uranium enrichment systems, like all their programs, and were just
no,
fucking everything up.
so you're talking about Stuxnet, which was a incredibly cleverly designed computer virus that most people believe was designed by the Israelis, and they managed to get it installed on the software that controlled the centrifuges
Centrifuge,
in
yeah.
Iran.
I thought that was the
And
U.S. I thought that was the U.S. that did that.
I, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the U.S. had something to do with it, but
Yeah.
like nobody. First of all, nobody has claimed official ownership of of this computer virus. So like officially, there's no culpable party. The suspicions are high that it was Israel that designed it, and the U.S. might have had a hand in it. But it was a really clever program where it made the centrifuges behave super erratically, but it would also spoof the telemetrics on the centrifuges. So like they would return normal data, like, "Hey, I'm operating fine, everything's good," where it was actually malfunctioning. So it was really cleverly designed. But that was back in like 2012.
Oh yeah, that was it was during the Obama administration. I remember that.
Yeah, but that was before the JCPOA, and after Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, who knows what Iran was doing? But like, if you were to look at, and this is before we bombed Iran, either last year or this year, like if you had asked security experts and say like, is Iran a threat to build a nuclear bomb? All of them said no. Like,
Well,
so I don't think that Iran being a nuclear threat was ever a legitimate justification. If you want to say Iran's a shitty regime that's horrible to its people and like Iran's people deserve better, I'd agree with you. But I would also say bombing the shit out of their country is not the way to fix it.
yeah, I don't know.
So
I'm,
lastly, just as part of this deal, um, we are committing. I don't know what amount the United States is contributing to this because the language in the memorandum of understanding just says $300 billion from regional partners, but basically Iran is getting paid $300 billion for like reconstruction and rebuilding efforts. Now, how much of that is coming from our tax dollars? I don't know.
but also the money is given to an extremely corrupt regime to rebuild. So nothing's going to happen, and just people are going to become super ultra wealthy.
Right. But like the fact, like we got into this war, we spent a shitload of money of our own money to run this war. We got higher gas prices. We didn't get a regime change. We didn't get like support the protesters at all. Like and afterwards, us and other countries in the area are going to be paying Iran $300 billion for the inconvenience, and we showed us as weaker on the global stage than we would like to be, and we showed Iran as stronger as global stage than we'd like them to be.
Yeah,
Like this is
I
a
mean,
catastrophic loss for us.
I think uh, I'm trying to think of counter arguments. The only one I can think of is like Trump wanted to do more and Congress slowed him down. But I don't even think that's the case. I think
Congress tried to slow him down, but the votes never passed.
the there was no great plan. Everything we did just went poorly. And the fact that we couldn't secure the Strait of Hormuz, I think, says a lot about our military and our operations.
Well, I will refrain from criticizing our military on this because let me tell you, it's a lot easier to clog something up than to fix it. Because
Uh,
all Iran needed to do was plant a shitload of mines in the strait and say, we're not going to tell you guys where they are.
they didn't do that.
They did.
They did.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I did
And
not know that.
and the other thing is like Iran actually could just say they planted a shitload of mines there. They didn't even have to do it because if you own a ship and you're running ships through the Strait of Hormuz, you have to carry insurance, right? And so because you can't afford to have a like $300 million ship carrying $150 million worth of oil blow up and not have insurance for those losses, right?
Yeah.
So you need to get insurance. Now, as soon as Iran says, we've planted a bunch of mines in the strait, we don't recommend that commercial traffic go through there right now. What insurer in their right mind is going to sell you a policy?
Yeah. Yeah.
So now all these ships that are on the side that's not mined but need to get through it can't get insurance. So they have to roll the dice and say, maybe Iran's bluffing and they don't have mines. Or maybe
Ah,
we can dodge the mines. But if one mine blows your ship up, your company just went out of business because you took the chance because nobody's insuring that one. Or they are insuring it, but they're insuring it for like half the value of your boat, which you also can't afford.
but yeah, exactly because you're carrying who knows what in cargo. I mean, you could
Right,
be
but
carrying hairbrushes. You could be carrying,
right. So
you know,
as soon as Iran said
heavy
we've mined the
electronics.
strait, it didn't matter that the mines were actually there because no ship would go through there because no ship could afford the insurance if it was even commercially available.
So I think part of
So and the thing is like we could sail our ships through it and say like, hey, see, there's no mines, right? No insurer is going to take that risk.
but it's also my understanding that part of our new agreement is that they are going to start taxing ships more regularly going through, and they're going to collect
Um,
some type of corrupt, tax or tip.
Well, that I don't know about, but if that's true, which it's plausible, then we just took a place that used to be free to sail through
Is that
and
that's
now
what I'm
make
getting.
everybody pay for it.
Yeah, that's
So,
where we're going with that.
and guess where that money goes to?
It just goes to super corrupt assholes with guns. Uh,
Yeah,
I mean,
it doesn't go to us. We're also super corrupt assholes with guns, but it doesn't even go to us.
it's not going to the Iranian government. It's just going to.
It's going to the Iranian government to continue repressing their people.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like it's not real tax. It's
Well, it's going to be any ship that wants to go through the Strait of Hormuz might have to pay, and it's not a small amount of money. I think there were a couple ships that like paid a tax in the middle of this war. It was like $2 or $3 million for a trip through,
isn't that wild?
which is cheaper than the insurance policies would have been. But that used to be zero. I'll tell you, if I used to get something for free and then I have to start spending $2 or $3 million per pop, I'm going to be ticked.
Yeah, it's wild. This shit's going on halfway across the world, but it is. Uh, I think Americans don't understand it. Just because a lifetime isn't long enough. But it really wasn't, that long ago where the United States was at war. Uh, it's just, we've been isolated from it because we're basically a separate continent that we share with Canada. But a lot of the world is kind of just on edge all the time, whether it's bombs or terrorism or just government upheaval.
I mean, it really depends. Like if you're in New Zealand, you're probably pretty chill.
Well, I mean, I just gave the United States as a similar example to New Zealand, right? It's this isolation thing. But the United States, 200 years ago, people lived with this Revolutionary War, and then we had a Civil War. After that, for the most part, I mean, we had World War II, and that was 80 years ago, roughly. Um,
I would argue the last major war that we were involved with was Vietnam.
Vietnam, yeah.
Because we lost like 56,000 people in that one.
Yeah, and but again, we are who do we know that's got a father that was in Vietnam? Your
Sam,
father was too young, right?
Sam.
Sam's dad was in Vietnam. So is Sophia? So interesting. I never knew that about him. Okay, so yeah, we're
My
no different.
dad would have been.
We're not. So we're not. I just thought that like kind of our age was our parents were just a little too young, but I guess
No,
not. I guess not. And
no,
I'm doing
my
the math
dad
in my
would have
head.
been. The
What's
only
that?
reason my dad got out of Vietnam is he was playing lacrosse and got cross checked and collapsed a lung.
No shit.
And so, like, when it was his time for draft, like, he was in the hospital with a collapsed lung.
Wow. What year was your father born?
49.
I think my father was 51 or 52. I'm
He would have
going.
been. You would have been of age.
He would have been of age, and I'm going to have to. The problem is surviving family members, so I got to figure out who knows what. His best friend just passed away earlier this year, so I can't talk to him. But uh, I'm very curious about that. But point is, we don't know that life. We don't know that strife. And what
Because
I'm
even
saying is
like
that
the
we are.
Iraq War
Well,
was
yeah, I mean, true. Yeah, we had the Iraq War, but that was a much smaller scale. What I'm saying though is that we just it's not real for us
for
as
most Americans, the sacrifice isn't. No.
the majority. And we have holidays like Memorial Day, which come and go with a barbecue and a few drinks or a lot of drinks if you're me.
And for
And
some people, it's a very meaningful event, but like fewer and fewer Americans have people that they know that were military or like were ex-military because they died in combat. Like
well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Fewer and fewer. But what I'm saying is in real time right now, a lot of the world is like a war zone, and they have to be cautious. And I mean, you hear these stories about like the nuclear sirens that went off, and kids in elementary school
duck
like
and cover.
hide under desks like that was going to do shit. But we don't know that. Like our generation and the subsequent generations have never
You
had
know
to.
what we had instead of duck and cover though, and not us, but like modern kids
Oh,
instead
school
of duck,
shooters.
huh?
School shooters.
Right.
Mm.
So like we didn't have that when we like in a lot of ways, like, and I'm sure you've heard this phrase before, like our generation, millennials, we grew up in the best time possible for to be kids and the worst time possible to be adults.
Yeah, maybe. I'm very happy with what we have. I can we take a real quick break? I want to get a beer glass so I can have a beer because I literally can't keep drinking rum. Can we do it? Can we do like a 30-second break? We will return, and I'm going to put a little message on the screen here that we'll be back in. Let me see.
Yeah,
We'll be
I'll
back
grab a beer.
in just a second. Let's see notes, captions. Uh, let's see lower third ticker. I'm going to edit this. Uh, back in 30 seconds. I'm gonna grab a beer. Uh,
Sounds good. I'll be back in a minute. All right.
all right, let me turn this on here. Back in 30 seconds. All right. I did not. I did not grab a beer glass yet, so I can tell you.
You still hear me? You still hear me?
All right, I'm back in action here with my beer glass.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I heard you
Yeah,
ask.
good.
I could hear you a minute ago. So, uh, I have one other topic I want to talk about before we cut the feed. Looks like we lost our viewers actually, when we disappeared. But I want to thank first off my friend Martin Danoff for this beer stein. The nice thing about having a home bar is that I have put in a tap, and I keep the biggest thing about the tap is that I keep beer vessels frozen in the freezer. Uh, so that's a nice thing. Let me fill up my beer. I have one last topic I want to talk about. So I think it's an important topic. Although you and I talking about it is probably going to raise some eyebrows. Wow, that was a very nice pour, I have to say. So you got a beer? What'd you get?
PBR.
All right. Oh wow, you're back on the money. I see.
It's not bought by me.
Oh, all right. I got my Mick Ultra on tap. Oh man, the frozen beer mug is key. Thank you, Martin. Today is June 18th. Tomorrow is Juneteenth, and for those of you who don't know, it is a holiday to celebrate the freeing of the slaves in the South,
Texas.
in Texas, in Texas. Um, and I think many years ago, I remember having the thought like, we just keep adding holidays. Like at some point, we're gonna have to either start taking away holidays, or every day is gonna be a holiday in 1,000 years. But this is actually, as a white person who's got a lot of very conservative friends who like hate the idea, I actually think it's like a very deserved, really good idea as a holiday. Because it's I understand it may have been Texas that liberated their slaves, whatever it is, but I think just kind of commemorating like the time
Well,
we
let
ended.
me. I'm going to botch the history on this a little bit, but
Well,
basically,
just hear me out. It may not have been what I'm saying is the holiday may not be about one instance of slaves being freed, but kind of the holiday to commemorate the freeing of slaves in the United States.
yeah, the history. And I'm not getting this perfect, so don't.
We're not
Please
going
get
to. We're two white dudes, but I do
Yeah,
think,
but
and,
it's
and
basically like
defense,
after the Civil War.
hear me out. In our defense, as two white dudes talking about slavery and Juneteenth, and we have no place to talk about it. I think the fact that we're having a conversation and just kind of bringing more awareness to it, whether we're correct or not, I think that's important. And you and I, we talk about a lot of things that we don't have any skin in the game, but I think that like we had a whole episode on abortion. The fact that we're talking about it, I think, helps bring it to the fray. It helps bring it to people's attention. Whether we're right or wrong on it, people can develop their own opinions. But I do think certain things deserve talking about, and this being one of them.
All right. So first, and it is so like after the Civil War, like slavery is done with, right? And so there were like Texas, there were a bunch of places that still were allowing slavery, and like the feds basically had to go to Texas and be like, "Yo, guys, cut the shit. They're free." Like, so like Texas was just like dragging their heels on allowing these people to go free. And
Yeah.
so Juneteenth, June 19th was like the day that like the feds arrived and like, yeah, they need to be free. So it
Which,
like
by the way, being a newly freed slave is not all of a sudden this enlightening point in your life. You're still kind of screwed.
Yeah, you've got no money, no place to go. Like it, and there's an entire study of history about like the Reconstruction South and like the further trials and travails of like newly freed slaves. But that's a completely different topic.
Well,
But
that's a different topic.
so,
It is a very adjacent topic, but
but when it comes to the actual holiday itself, like that became a federal holiday, I believe, in 2021.
was it? It was definitely under Biden. So
It was under Biden,
yeah.
and I don't like the fact that it's a holiday, but not for the reasons you think.
Oh, interesting. I thought you would love this as a holiday because you're so liberal.
I don't like the reason that it's a holiday because the reason it became a holiday was after George Floyd's murder
Oh,
and and like all the protests and everything else where like Black Lives Matter really came to prominence and you had all these protests of like black people saying like, hey, police treat us differently and it's a lot worse than you think, and we want systematic reforms so that our people are no longer murdered in the streets, right?
well, some of that, yeah, a lot of that's correct. A lot of that
Right,
is
right,
good.
right. So like the whole point of like the optimistic reading of Black Lives Matter and the George Floyd protests and everything else is we should have policing reforms so that black people are not disproportionately targeted and treated worse than other people in this country. And I think that they have a point there
I agree.
where talk to any black person you know and they will tell you that police treat them differently.
Well, I think the word the thing is like you can like kind of deny racism and say, oh, racism isn't like there's no such thing as white supremacy and racism isn't really a thing. But you have to acknowledge that people of color walk through the world and experience the outside world differently than you and I as white guys do.
So in the wake of the George Floyd protests and the political movement that kind of resulted out of that, right? Their demands were we want to see meaningful reforms to police, we want to have better treatment and everything else like that. And our government's response was that's that's great and all, but we can't do that. So how about just like one day off from work?
Oh, that's so you think it's like it's a kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
Tokenism,
Yeah,
kind of.
okay, fair enough. So
It's a token like show
I thought you were going
of
somewhere.
support that doesn't actually change the underlying conditions.
I thought you're totally going somewhere else. I
I
actually
know
thought,
I said I don't like this holiday, but not for the reasons you think.
yeah. Well, no, yeah, and uh,
Is we didn't address any of the structural inequalities,
yeah,
any of
yeah.
like the
We didn't do any of
disproportionate treatment, any of the problems that actually exist for Black people. This holiday doesn't solve. It's a day off.
that. Yeah, interesting. So
We're not helping the people that need to be helped.
when you brought up George Floyd, what I thought you were going to say is that George Floyd has been memorialized uh, wrongly in the sense that uh, he doesn't necessarily deserve to be a national hero. He does deserve to be an example, but he does not deserve to be a national hero. And there's been so much. I recently stumbled like I was looking for it, just happened to scroll across the toxicology report of George Floyd, which he had like cocaine.
Objection irrelevant.
Well, but I do agree with you. But what I'm saying is like putting up a statue of George Floyd as an American hero. Uh, I think that's a little bit questionable.
I don't want to have this discussion because I don't think it's relevant.
Well, you brought up George Floyd. I thought that's where you were.
I
What
brought
I'm
up
saying
George
is,
Floyd because
I thought you were going to say what I'm telling you right now.
what,
I'm sharing it because of that reason. But I do agree that it was kind of a piss away response to like just say, hey, this is a solution to racism in the United States, especially when it comes to police. I agree with you there. The
it was the Biden administration ducking the real problem.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the defund the police was also not a very good solution. I think a hardcore reform of the police would have been a very
Well,
good idea.
so real quick, I think we talked about this on a cast years ago, is that the defund the police movement suffered from just abysmal marketing because the catchphrase itself is terrible.
Well,
But
but the same argument. Sorry, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
like if you actually look at the arguments that they were making of like in the policy proposals that they had, they were
Agreed.
actually really
Agreed.
reasonable, which
Agreed.
is we're asking police to do things that they shouldn't be doing, and we should be making the police focus on something that they are good at doing and get other people to do the things that they are currently doing but are bad at. And I think
Yeah,
it would have
mental health and all
right.
sorts.
So you know what? I'm just going to change one word in their catchphrase and immediately get 50% more approval.
Which is
Rethink the police.
perfect. Yeah,
Right?
it's funny. It's funny because I was just channeling, and I've shared this guy with you a couple of times before. I'm guessing you probably still haven't read any of his books or watched any of his YouTube videos. Rory Sutherland,
You
who's
told me about him, yeah.
he's a marketing expert, and he just says like if you rethink things, like instead of putting engineers in charge of fixing the UK transit, you could have put somebody else in charge of it. They just would have made the experience better. And instead of saving you 8 minutes on an hour commute, they just would have made it a better commute, like putting Wi-Fi's in the train or
Right,
something
right,
like
right.
that.
So
So it's just kind of a matter of rethinking it. Yeah. So rethink the police. Uh, defund the police was just. Here's the thing: is all of a sudden somebody who like supports the police or like believes that we need police. Here's defund the police, which by the way, most people don't support the police, but most people believe we need police. Okay.
I'm one of them.
Okay. So yeah, me too. For example, when the police drive by my house and I'm not doing yard work, I always wave. When I pass the police, I always wave. Uh, just because I mean they are to a degree an act of service, right? Like they're putting their lives first. They got to have bulletproof vests on. They're the ones going into the places with guns and domestic disturbances. Although they are fucking assholes, they give you a ticket for doing fucking 4 miles an hour over in a zone. Yet they let
Well,
you
and
do
that's why
5 miles an hour
yo,
over in a different area.
that's why rethink the police is so much better because
That's where
like
I'm going with this. That's where I'm going with this. Exactly. And I I don't know. So, but point is, the whole reason I brought up the whole Juneteenth thing was because as a white person, I have not known what to do for the last couple of years. I think 4 or 5 years on Juneteenth. Not that my voice deserves any space in this conversation, but what I will say is I'm not the only one who doesn't know what to do on Juneteenth. So the entire city is basically shutting down. I work in real estate, so property management companies, owners' offices are closing, banks are closing. Um, I can't do much. My hands are tied behind my back on that day. Now,
it's the same thing with mortgages.
I'm certainly not. What's that?
It's the same thing with
Yeah.
mortgages.
So I'm certainly not going to host a barbecue in my backyard and call it celebrate Black lives. It's not my place to do so.
It would
I'm also
be
I'm not thinking
disingenuous.
I'm not thinking that my black and brown neighbors need to have a barbecue and invite me. Uh, but just like Memorial Day or Veterans Day or Labor Day, we have barbecues, but I'm not a veteran, right? I'm not a teacher. I'm not a laborer. Uh, you know, we do these things in commemoration for. Now, I've been waiting for the black community to kind of, say, hey, white people, hey, everybody, this is what you should do. Nobody really knows what to do. We were having a conversation before the meeting, the Thursday morning meeting that I always do every week, uh, about like what should happen. And one of my agents said, and she's black. She said, "I'm going to do something to support black business, black-owned business. I'm going to go to a restaurant. I'm going to shop at a store." She already knew what she was going to do. She's going to go to like some brunch or something at a
That
black-owned.
seems like a reasonable answer.
And as a white, and the only reason I bring this up is because they were having this conversation this morning, and I heard this answer. And as a white person, what I think you should do on a holiday that none of us really know what to do as white people, none of us really know what to do, and I think black and brown people generally don't know what to do. Also, by the way, not all brown people deserve a seat at the table of Juneteenth, right? Because it's really a slavery holiday. Um, it kind of sounds like an oxymoron. But I think all of us should be supporting black businesses, and not that all black businesses are, two, three generations removed of past slaves. But I just think that a general rule for Juneteenth moving forward is that you should find a black-owned business to support. It's
Well,
the only reason I'm bringing this topic up. I think it's a really good idea.
well, let me ask you this, and you're not going to understand where I'm going at first.
By the way, if you're watching us live, which I don't think is a whole lot of people right now, what do you think you could do, or what are you doing on Juneteenth to commemorate the holiday?
So, did you watch the Super Bowl last year or this year?
Yeah,
Did you watch the halftime show?
I did, and we sang and we danced and we turned the volume up and we had fun.
So, Bad Bunny was the performer this year, right?
Bad, Bad Bunny.
So, I watched the halftime show, and Bad Bunny's music isn't really for me. And
You don't say.
huh?
You don't say. It's not bad. It's not bad music. Look, it's not for me either. But it's not. It's actually like okay music.
Look, I'm not saying he's a bad artist. He's not. I'm not saying he's untalented. Like he's a good artist. He's talented, but his music isn't for me, right?
Also, if and you speak Spanish.
I do.
Imagine you're you who doesn't speak Spanish.
Right. So and so I watched the Super Bowl halftime show, and the music didn't really do anything for me, and I didn't really understand a lot of what was going on. Right?
Really?
No,
Okay.
I understood.
I will tell you a little bit but I want you to finish your thought.
No,
But I'll fill you in a little bit.
it's like I understood some of the imagery because I've been to Puerto Rico
The
before, which is where
imagery.
he's from. Like
Okay.
I understood the imagery to a degree, but like there was a story that he was telling with his halftime show, and like there were stories that he was telling with his songs. Now, I didn't follow a lot of it.
Interesting.
Now, I wasn't upset about it one bit because pretty early on in the show, I was just like, this isn't for me. And I don't mean it as like I don't like it. I mean, this is not for me. This is for somebody else.
Well, there was so much uproar because the vast majority of Super Bowl viewers are fat white dudes who love sports.
Right. But I'm going to go back a year before, like when Kendrick Lamar was the performer, right?
That shit, exactly. I can't believe there was more uproar about Bad Bunny, who I would argue is a hell of a lot better artist than Kendrick Lamar.
And so watching Kendrick Lamar's performance like the year before, I also didn't understand a ton of what he was trying to say. Like I didn't understand a lot of his message. But pretty quickly, again early on, I was like, this Super Bowl show is not for me. Like and that's okay. So I can look at Juneteenth in kind of the same way, where like this isn't a holiday for me. Like not everything has to be about me and my experiences and
Okay,
things that I've been through.
very good point. Very good point. Yeah, it's not gonna have to be for you. It's America, and the thing
Right.
about America
But
is
you get people that get upset that like they didn't like the halftime show for Bad Bunny or Kendrick Lamar, or they get upset that Juneteenth is now a holiday. It's not for you.
but
It
also
doesn't have to be.
like look, uh I'm half, not half, I'm a quarter, but I mean I basically consider myself half Irish. I'm half Italian. Uh, the Italian people, when they came to the United States, were really looked down upon, and spit at and treated like shit for many years. I don't know that because it's not in my history. But as I learn about it,
Same for the Irish.
well, and I'm a quarter Irish as well. Uh, and they were really treated like shit, really looked down upon. Yet, like at the surface, they kind of looked like every other white person that was here. So I realized that, and the more digging I do, and the more kind of history, I don't. It's just something. Have you noticed like old dudes just love history? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and I wonder why.
I wonder why too. But guess what? I hated history in high school. I got like B minuses in history all through school. I never liked. I was no interest in it, and now I have like a little more interest in it. I'll actually like watch some History Channel shit, which I never used to like. I'm kind of enjoying learning about my history, the U.S. history, like other, just what came before us. Um, but I realized there was a lot of adversity in the past of Italians and Irish, and I find that really really interesting. But I also see a lot of parallels, and it's not the same because maybe there were slaves somewhere in there, but it's not the same as obviously the African American slavery existence. But a lot of these guys are really treated like total shit. Um, well, I forgot what I was piggybacking off of. What you were just saying. What were you just saying a second ago?
I'm just saying, just because like you don't identify with a holiday or a performance or whatever doesn't mean that you get to be mad about it, because not everything has to be for you.
Okay, yeah, and that's my point. Is that like the world exists? The United States is a conglomerate of different people. You can't just assume that every piece of content that is created for you. Now it's ergonomics, right? Like they try to get the 97%
Well,
of
not
people.
ergonomics.
No, no, ergonomics is the example that I'm giving, right? Like
Yeah, but
when you get in a car, that driver's seat is built for 97% of people, right? And that's
yeah, but
generally the way that
the better
marketing
word
works.
to use would be, it's not economics, because economics would say like we want to have the thing that's going to sell to the most amount of people.
Well, but here's the thing: is that car seat has got to fit the fat person, the skinny person, the short person, the tall person, as much as possible, like within standard deviation. Uh,
Probably two.
same thing goes for media that's created. Like you're generally creating media for this kind of standard deviation of people. However, what a lot of white male middle class Americans are forgetting is that they are no longer this vast majority. I'm not saying they're the minority. I think they're at danger of being the minority, and I'm not saying it's a terrible thing, but that they are not the vast majority. That they're the slight majority, and that there's going to be content that is directed at the polar opposite of who they are. The fact that the entire halftime show was not in English, like that's the reality of this country. And I understand that like English is our national language, but that's just because a bunch of people showed up from different countries that were not England, by the way. Over a couple
Well,
of
no,
hundred
it was, we
years.
were founded by
We were
English.
founded by English people, but also we call it English after the country of England, right? We don't call it American. Uh,
Some of us do.
some of us do. The very right wing people. Um, but like English is our national language that's called after the name of another country. Like so English is not American. There's
To this day, our Supreme Court decisions still reference English law, not American law. English law.
you know what I was thinking is the uproar, and again, like here's where like you think I'm so far right from you, but I'm telling you, like, I'm definitely not right wing. I'm definitely not this hardcore Republican at all. I consider myself a liberal, uh, even though I'm like way less liberal than you are. There was this uproar about Lendami getting sworn in over the Quran, not
That's
the
stupid.
Bible, and not the Bible. There
That's
was a
really
huge
stupid.
uproar, but I was like, I think if he got sworn in over the Bible, like that would be blasphemy. That would be fucking like, why would you
It's not
and
his religion.
and then also the fact that like we swear people in over a religious text. We should just swear people in and be like, yo, if you fuck up, like you're going to jail, motherfucker. Like
So,
that's how we should swear
well,
people in. I understand
you
that
know that
tradition.
if you go, like, let's imagine that you're a witness in court, right?
Hmm.
You have an option to be sworn in over a variety of different documents. You know this, right?
Yes, I do know this. Yeah, and that's kind
So,
of what
do
I'm
you know
getting
what one of those options is?
at. A Quran.
No.
I
Well,
don't know.
yes, but not. That's not
No,
the
I
answer
don't know.
I was looking for.
What are you getting at?
You can be sworn in over the U.S. Constitution.
Oh, so is that an option for mayor and governor?
Yes.
No shit. Okay, well now I'm kind of also in the right wing camp of this. He should have been sworn in over the fucking Constitution.
No.
Interesting. Yeah,
No.
I
You're
think so.
wrong, and here's why. Because if you can be sworn in over a Bible, then you should be able to be sworn in over the Torah
Oh no, yeah, I agree with you there. I agree
or
with
the
you.
Quran.
I totally agree with you. I'm not saying that. What I
It's
think is what I'm saying is we should get rid of the Torah, the Quran, and the Bible.
okay. So either you can be sworn in over any religious text or none of them.
But you're sworn in over something.
If you want to be sworn, I think that like the to me the best solution is all government officials at every single level should be sworn in under the U.S. Constitution.
I yeah,
No Bible, no Quran,
I,
no nothing.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you.
But yeah, if you go to court and they say like, all right, we're swearing you in, and you say I don't want to swear in over the Bible, they'll say, would you be willing to swear in over the U.S. Constitution? And to that question, I would say yes.
Yeah, I agree with you there, and I think that the but to me the uproar about Mandami being sworn in over the Quran, I was like, yeah, but that's what he believes in. Like I think it's. I was having this conversation last night about we were watching a TV show and they were doing a Seder dinner, and uh, my girlfriend said to me, "Is that really what a Seder dinner is like?" And of course, growing up, spending time at your house,
You've been to them.
I've been to many of them. Maybe five or six, probably four to five, maybe I don't know, a bunch. I feel like a bunch, and I loved it because it was a new experience. Uh, and this was a very wealthy, like kind of Hamptons-esque uh, Seder dinner, and she's like, so that's really weird. I was like, no, it's not weird. It's tradition for them. This is what they do. They eat parsley. There's some horseradish, usually some weird applesauce thing. They got the matzah bread. Uh, Catholics do some weird shit as well. And then trying to explain to her my lack of religion. And the reason that I have such a lack of religion now is that I was so engrossed in the Catholic Church growing up. And then I just kind of spent a few years not going to church and then meeting friends of different faiths and experiencing their religions and having the past of doing some Jewish things, and then coming back to the Catholic Church and having the same reaction to the Catholic Church traditions that I had to these other religious traditions and other religions. That I
Like
was like,
none of this makes sense.
that's so foreign and weird. It's just you're doing it for tradition's sake, but like you just do it because you've always known that. You know, you've always
That's why I hate religion. Is
and
it
tradition,
commits
and
the fallacy
you
of
hate
principio
tradition, and you hate
principium,
religion.
huh?
You hate tradition, and you hate religion.
But I hate tradition because it fails a basic logical test,
Well,
which
there's no
is
logic because it's all faith.
well,
If you're watching this live, just comment your religion. I'm just curious.
but the basic logical test is that like the conclusion has to stand like independent of the premises. So like you can't use the premises in the conclusion and you can't use the conclusion in the premises. And tradition does both. It's we do this tradition because we have always done this tradition, therefore the tradition is right. It's the conclusion is the premises. And so yeah, like I don't buy tradition. Like now I've participated in Seder dinners and like I could like I can look at it and say like, all right, this is symbolism and like we're remembering things that happened and everything, but like it doesn't have the meaning to me that it would to someone who is actually religious.
Who actually believes without question? It's called faith, by the way. I think it's very strange. It's a very strange thing. Uh, I don't know. I think, but again, what I'm telling you is that it just to me, the Mandami uproar about him swearing over the Quran is when I say Quran, it sounds like I'm talking about Crayola crayons. It's just my New
Doesn't
York, it's just my New York accent.
doesn't matter.
Uh, but there should be no uproar. Like who the fuck is a fuck is not is, it should be a non-issue.
Well,
But
it's really just people being upset that he's not Christian.
well, yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Uh, I I don't I I don't get people, man. It's just a lot of short-sightedness. Um, and today I was driving home. I got stuck in a lot of traffic, and I was just thinking about like how I react to a lot of different issues and things that arise in my life. And this is why I think I'm on the spectrum, is because I spend a lot of time thinking about my reaction. I spend a lot of time thinking about like what I'm going to do, and then I question myself and I run it through my head a lot, and and then I said, well, what do other people do? They just react.
So, one of
So
my questions to you would be, do you have an internal set of rules that you follow?
I for many years I have. Yeah, for many years they have deteriorated over the last few years. I think, which is frustrating for me. But uh, I have a hard. I used to have very fucking hard internal rules that I follow that have deteriorated, which also makes me believe that like I'm actually leaving the spectrum. I think I'm like transcending. I'm becoming kind of a more normal person. But what I'm telling you is that like when something happens, I spend a lot of time thinking about my reaction. I spend a lot of time like analyzing and then doing. Sometimes I do and then analyze, but there's a lot of thought that goes into it. Then my thing was like, there's a lot of people that just react and think nothing of it. And then I was like, are those people smarter or dumber? And do they not think about this stuff at all? So, so I have I mean, you met my son. He's 3.5 years old now. Uh, I'm not, I'm not, have you ever heard me get mad and yell and get angry and argue?
Not recently.
When, like high school?
I could think of some examples.
But you're talking like 20 plus years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen you been like really angry.
I imagine you're thinking back like 20 years with some mutual friends we had where I was much more animated, much more boisterous, where I was full of testosterone. I was 20 some years old and ready to just beat up the entire world and just like very dedicated with whatever my opinion was. It's been 20 years where I'm not argumentative. I don't raise my voice. I think a lot. I don't react emotionally. But when you have a kid and that person is pushing your buttons and just saying dad, 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 dad. At a certain point, you're just like, and you want to do this, right?
That's
but
why I can't have a kid.
but I feel the same way. So sometimes like I'll grab an arm, grab some shoulders, and on my drive home tonight, I was like, I envision myself in one of those scenarios where like this 3-year-old has pissed me off, and I hit him. Which, by the way, like having bad thoughts is not a for people who've never heard this before. Having bad thoughts is not a terrible thing. Like it's okay to have negative thoughts and bad thoughts
It's called intrusive thoughts.
the intrusive thoughts. That's normal to have. Acting on those thoughts, like the idea of like, oh, I hate this motherfucker that I work with, I'm going to shoot them, and then being like, oh, that's a really bad thing to think about. That's normal. Okay,
Yeah,
what's not normal is like, where do I get the gun? Okay, I'm buying the gun. Where do I get the
there's
ammo?
a reason there's a
How am I
3 day
going to find
waiting
it?
period.
Like that's what makes you crazy. So what I'm saying is, I'm sharing a natural, normal thought that I had, where it's like the kid gets me so upset, I hit him, and then like his head hits the table or the floor or something like that, and then he dies. And I was like, what? I mean, and here's my 40-plus-year-old like rationale on this. Like, I would never hit him like that. I'll do like a little spank or something, a little like not a hard, crazy spank, but like a spank. Uh, and I have to almost like overflex. Parenting is kind of overflexing a lot of the times, but also you have to freaking deliver. So when I say you're going to get a timeout, I have to actually. I don't, I don't want to put this kid in timeout. I love hanging out with this kid. Like I love fucking hanging out with this kid. I don't want to put him in timeout unless we will cry for 10 minutes or a half hour. We usually do 5 or 10 minutes. By the way, we never do a half hour. That's insane. I don't want to do a timeout. But understanding like there's a line between me like getting mad and like grabbing an arm or a shoulder kind of hard, and then like hitting the kid when his head bounces off the marble countertop or something. And what I was saying a second ago is that like I was driving home today, like trying to figure out like where like that's a tough line. It's a tough line where like somebody is pushing you to such a tough place. And this is kind of also where like domestic violence happens. Is people transcend that line. They go over the line. You know,
And it's usually a gradual progression.
well, it is, but also certain people don't have this. I'm saying it out loud. Nobody else is talking about like domestic violence and you internal familiar domestic abuse. I'm saying like I do like light spanks to like which by the way I've done some spanks recently, which are like they're not spanked, but he cries because he knows he's getting spanked. It's it's funny, but but it's not funny. It's funny, but like I would never like really hit a kid. I would never close fists with a bunch of kid. Uh, you know, but my point is like I know that, what I was thinking today is like, man, this guy gets me close to that line. He gets me close to that line, and some people don't see it like that. They don't have that kind of perspective of like, I'm getting close to that line. I mean, there's been a few times over the last like a few months ago where I was like, I'm going to have to run. I'm out. I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm out.
Yeah, and that's like you just like take a stuffed animal and just like shove it down the garbage disposal.
That actually sounds worse. That actually sounds worse. Um, but no, let's back up 3 minutes of me just kind of spitting insanity. We were talking about being on a spectrum, um, and just overthinking things. And you had something to add, and I cut you off. You know what you were going to say a second ago,
I already asked the question.
which was what?
Do you have rules that you like internal rules that you enforce upon yourself?
So I don't necessarily know that that's a spectrum thing,
It is.
but I have in
There's
the
a difference between having standards of behavior that you have for yourself, because I think most people do, versus saying like these are the rules and I cannot deviate from them.
yeah, and this is where I feel like I'm slightly on the spectrum. So I actually, when I was young and I was 8 or 9 years old, my father was dying and then he died. I had to like go to therapy and all this crap. And I worked. I actually became like pretty hardcore OCD. Um, and also my mother went through this uh, patch of depression, and I had to be this kind of crazy empath to like try to she went through depression once, and then she went through a couple more times, but like leading up to depression, like I had to try to mitigate it. I became this crazy empath over that course of time, and I developed this hardcore OCD. You may not know this actually. You know this?
Yeah, you've told me a number of times.
Okay, I developed this crazy OCD where I just created all these rules in my life, and then I had a couple of therapists. The My favorite person was actually our elementary school guidance counselor, um, Mrs. Grimmeth, I think her name was something like that, uh, and she backed me out of my OCD. But that was when I started creating these hardcore rules for myself, and I still have had them over the course of my life. And I actually think that a lot of the time my life has been better when I have adhered very strictly to these rules, but I have tried to transcend them and push past them, because I actually think having these rules are I have kind of this love hate relationship with them. It's a weird, but again,
Well,
like
it's
I'm the one
restriction
self-analyzing,
versus safety.
which is why like I have to push myself to the fact that I'm pushing myself to break my own rules. I think is again like that's a pattern of the spectrum. The fact that I can actually break them, I think, leaves me like very
Well,
enlightened.
that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, but
Can we take a break?
we can take a let me put our little break monitor on here. I had comment your religion. Let me bring on our chat and notes. Hang on, captions, and I will add our 30-second break caption. All right,
All right,
little
it's
break.
more than 30 seconds. So I got to take a leak and refill a drink.
All right, we are back in 30 seconds. All right, need drinks refill. Let's see, speed. All right, we will be right back. You have another PBR?
More ice for another dark and stormy.
Ooh, dark and stormy. All right, so we've lost our viewers. How do we regain our viewers here? What do we have to do to regain our viewers? We have to drop these caption that says we'll be back shortly. We're refilling our drinks. Drop that. Let's see. So I don't know what your interface looks like. Actually, can you screenshot your interface? Oh no, forget. No. I know you're. I forgot you're not at the desktop anymore. So my interface is when I put the captions on, it basically makes the image of us half size.
Oh, see, my interface, I'm seeing in the bottom left corner the comment your religion tag, and that's it.
Oh, okay. Well, that was.
It didn't change anything about like the format or.
Oh, but your interface is mostly just you and I.
Yeah.
Oh shit! So I have like this is why I think like it would be nice to have a Rosh here, private chat.
You should reach out to him.
So Rosh got. By the way, if you're watching us live, we're shooting the shit and we're just talking about personal lives. If you don't mind, Rosh got re-engaged to his ex-wife in Italy.
That's somewhat surprising.
In Italy this week, I have not reached out. I mean, Rosh is one of my best friends I've known since 2009. And his ex-wife was my friend when they were married the first time, and then they were separated for a little while. Artistic differences, I think, and now they're back together, and they got re-engaged to be married, so that's cool. But
are they actually married again, or are they just?
Well, they're now engaged. So I've been meaning to reach out to say congratulations. Hopefully, he's our single viewer right now. I don't know. But I love Raj. I love Robin. I think ultimately what happened was they got divorced. Every relationship has its struggles. They went through the struggles and then somehow found their way back together, and they make a great couple. I mean, you and I went to their house, right? We're both
more than
there?
once, or maybe just once for me.
But you met his wife or ex-wife, right?
Yeah, I've met her in real life.
Okay,
We've
and
talked
you
a number of
obviously
times.
met her a bunch of times virtually.
Yeah.
They make a very good couple. They are two people who are, in my opinion, who fit very well together.
I would agree.
And and they seem to have found their way back into each other's lives, which is really cool.
You know what? Bitters float.
Bitter flow. Well,
No, seriously, that's the clouds.
I don't think I mean, there'd be a lot of bitters, but also remember that usually you're sticking a straw into this drink, and the straw is going down to the bottom. So I need to do a little more research on the dark and stormy, but also like flavor wise, one of the best freaking drinks ever, man. A dark and stormy is flavor wise a fucking awesome great. You got to have a great dark rum. I'm not a big fan of any of the Captain Morgan rums. I have like a liter and a half handle of Captain Morgan light rum here.
I'm telling you, Myers is the best.
Yeah, I have always loved Myers. I like I do not like Ray and Nephew, by the way. Appleton
No,
Estate,
you shouldn't. Ray Nephew is awful.
it's fucking gasoline, bro. Having spent like a week in Jamaica, I was gonna say Japan, in Jamaica. Uh, Ray and Nephew is like everybody's drinking Ray and Nephew, but like a shots.
Oh,
It,
can I tell you a story about Ray and Nephew?
it's gasoline, but Appleton Estates is a very good rum. Uh,
Appleton's good, yeah.
Appleton, and they have a couple different bottles. Uh, so tell me about you just took a nicotine pill?
Yeah. All right, so Ray and Nephew. So when I was in college, one of my friends, guy by the name of Sanjay, is
He's
Jamaican.
European.
If Jamaica is part of Europe, then yes.
Cool,
So
cool.
he was Jamaican, and like between like spring semester and the following fall semester, like either he or like his parents went to Jamaica, and they brought back some Ray and Nephew.
Oh, I think I've heard this story actually.
And so he brought back he brought he brought to college this bottle of rum, and he's like, yeah, this is really popular in Jamaica, you guys should try it. And like we all took like a shot of it, we're like, that is awful. Like the way that I described it at the time was it tastes like fermented garbage. And that bottle
I don't actually with Ray Nephew. I don't actually taste any of this fermentation. With Ray Nephew, to me, it literally tastes like rocket fuel. You're talking about the clear one, right? Yeah, Ray Nephew, the clear one with a yellow and green label,
Yep,
right?
yep.
No, is
So
it yellow and red or yellow and green?
yellow and green. Yeah, it's
Yellow
the
and green, the
Jamaican
Ray
colors.
Nephew rum, yellow and green label. What's their slogan?
I don't know.
There's a phrase on the Ray Nephew bottle, and when I like extra proof rum, or I think it's called extra proof rum. I think that's their slogan. Ray Nephew is the worst rum that I have ever had. Now the thing about rum is that there's like tequila has rules, scotch has rules, uh, bourbon, right? Tennessee bourbon has to be produced in like
Bourbon has rules.
bourbon has rules, has to be produced in a certain area, has to have a certain amount of corn,
51% corn.
51% corn. Um, Scotch has to be from Scotland. Champagne is from Champagne, right? Like you got certain different
Cognac.
spirits of cognac has to be from cognac.
Cognac region of Spain of
Cognac
France.
region of France, the Spain of France.
Yeah, Cognac's French.
Okay. Uh, so there's rules, but with rum, there's really no rum and tequila is actually also very loose. Well, they've been dialing it in over the last few years. Rum is one that has kind of the least rules.
Rum is just distilled from sugar.
So I went to an event at the company that I worked for that I was paired with a couple of years ago, and we went to kind of
Like, you didn't let me finish my story, by the way.
let me just tell my rum story real quick, and then we're back on that. So I went to I merged my company with another company. The owner of the other company had basically a giant bed and breakfast that he bought, and he invited our company to come and visit there. We went to the bed and breakfast, and they brought in a rum distiller, and she brought with her 6 or 8 bottles of what she makes. They had a coffee one, like a coffee liqueur, rum-based coffee liqueur. They had a curacao, rum-based curacao, a whole bunch of different spirits. I ended up buying a whole case of like everything.
Was this
Uh,
in Maryland?
it was in Maryland. And what I learned was that rum has basically no rules. So the fact, I mean, I always thought rum was from like Jamaica or somewhere in the Caribbean. And what I learned was basically rum is anybody can kind of make rum in the backyard. You can flavor it any way you want. You can call it rum. It's a sugarcane based distillation, and you can add whatever flavors you want to it. So a lot of rum. I mean, you're drinking Myers rum right now, which has got molasses added to molasses. It
Coconut
tastes great.
rum.
It tastes great. I'd rather molasses be added than artificial flavors, which is and Myers is Jamaican.
Yes.
It's from Jamaica, right? So, yeah, I like Caribbean rum, obviously the best because that's kind of like where the sugarcane grows. Like, um, I don't
The
know.
tradition's the deepest there for sure.
So either way, sorry, I interrupted your story. I just put us live on a new stream on TikTok because
Okay.
I'm hoping to get the TikTok viewers who are going to tell me what their
So
religion.
yeah, I had this friend in college who was Jamaican, and he comes back after like summer break, and he brings a bottle of rum with him. And he's like, "Yeah, this is a Jamaican rum, and it's real popular there." And we all tried it, like, "This is terrible." It was bad enough that like when we were playing drinking games of any sort, like a shot of this was the punishment for losing.
A shot of Ray and nephew rum was the punishment for losing. If you're watching on TikTok and you have a drink, comment what you're drinking.
So
Ray and nephew was
at the
punishment
time,
for you.
yeah, no, like this is college drinkers, and this
Which
was
you'll
the
drink
shot.
anything, by the way. You'll drink freaking Bacardi 151.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This was worse. This was you lost. Here is your punishment. And like this is also going to parties where like people were taking shots of Listerine as punishment.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, it is. But
What is wrong with college kids? What is wrong with college kids that are drinking bad shit?
well, I mean, some of it's budget related, but that's not for the topic of this video. So
Well, let me ask you a question. What's the deal with drinking in college? What's the deal with drinking in college?
can I just finish this goddamn story?
Tell a story. Tell a story.
So
I mean,
this,
sorry.
this rum that at the time I didn't know the brand name of. Like I just remembered that it was like a clear rum with like a green and yellow label. It
Hmm.
was really, really strong and also tasted terrible. So many years later, I'm dating a girl from Jamaica and I'm telling her this story of this rum that we drank in Jamaica that from my Jamaican friend. And she was like, "Oh, that's Ray and Nephew." I was like, "What?" And she's like, "I've got a bottle at my house."
And she was Jamaican and had a very high esteem for Ray and nephew, right?
I wouldn't say she had a high esteem for it. She had a higher esteem than it was deserved.
Well, she's not much of a she was not much of a drinker.
That's true.
So all alcohol she didn't have a crazy high esteem for.
No, but like of the small amount of alcohol that she did have at her house, Ray
Yeah.
and Nephew was one of the bottles. And I was like, it was this. I described it, and she's like, "Oh yeah, that's Ray and Nephew." And so she's like, "Yeah, like everybody in Jamaica drinks that. Like, like all my friends like it." And I was like, "They're insane." Like, but
Yeah.
and like I actually tried a shot of it somewhat recently, and I was like, "This is almost as bad as I remember it to be."
This is almost what?
I said, "This is almost as bad as I remember it to be." But I think the version that you can buy in the United States is different than the version you can buy in Jamaica.
Probably lower proof.
It is.
Which I plan to do a whole episode soon on proof because I've got this beefeater at 44 proof and I've got the beefeater at what is this 40
90?
proof. So I got 40 proof and 44 proof.
That
What's
no,
the
neither of those are proof.
oh no, sorry, 40% alcohol, 44% alcohol, so
So
80
80
proof.
and 88.
So 80 proof and 88 proof. Um, the fact that the newest bottle is a lesser alcohol to me, and what I actually want to do is look at a whole bunch of history of different bottles, and I'm pretty sure that the U.S. is bringing down the proof. I mean, we already know that Americans are drinking less. Young people are drinking basically nothing. Also, young people, you're not having sex, right? That's you're not drinking. That's probably why you're not having sex. Not that you shouldn't have drunk sex. You need
but
consent, and you need sober consent, by the way.
but
But
no,
but
my
the fact
general
that
theory,
they've
like
lowered the proof on gin. Gin, in my opinion, especially Beefeater fucking gin, should be firewater. Okay, Ray and Nephew If Ray and Nephew all of a sudden is going to go from this stuff that you can like drive your vehicle, you can put in your gas tank, and then all of a sudden they're going to go to something that's palatable.
Well,
They're
the
going to start
thing
with
is,
the heritage.
I think it's regulations for imports to the United States.
You
Like you
think it's
can
a
still get,
regulatory issue?
yeah.
You think that so you're telling me the decrease in proof in Beefeater is a regulation issue.
No, I'm saying that for Ray and Nephew.
Ray and Nephew is a regulation. It's high proof.
Ray
Which
Ray and
regulation?
Nephew would have been like at like 150 or 160 proof, and they would have had trouble importing it to the United States. Whereas if they imported it at like 80 or 90 proof, they would have had less hurdles to cross.
Well, you and I have decided that Ray and Nephew is a very high proof, kind of gross tasting rum.
But not in the United States.
By the way, if you're watching on TikTok, you just picked this up. We're talking about rum, and we're talking specifically. We were talking about Myers rum, which is a delicious rum. It almost tastes like molasses, and it's great for a dark and stormy cocktail. Now we're talking about Ray and Nephew rum, which you're telling me that they're decreasing the proof of Ray and Nephew so that the United States can import more of it.
No, what I'm saying is that Ray and Nephew makes several versions of their rum.
Okay,
And if you're in Jamaica, you can get the traditional overproof rum at like 150 or 160 proof.
which is basically like if you
But
like
that's the
you're
original recipe that they have is this super high percentage alcohol rum in Jamaica. Or if you're in the United States, you get a watered down version of it because regulations made it difficult for them to be able to import the original product. Now, I
so
wouldn't be surprised if in Jamaica if you could get like 80 proof Ray and Nephew as well. But the true version of Ray and Nephew, the one that I had in college and the one that you can get in Jamaica, would be very difficult, if not impossible, to find in the United States.
well, I think the only Ray and Nephew that I know um, is a super high proof firewater Ray and Nephew. I don't think I've ever bought a Ray and Nephew myself. I have a bunch of Jamaican friends who have like brought bottles home with them, and different like also. I had somebody who worked for me a couple of years ago who brought back like cream liqueur, which is not my thing, but basically like Bailey's
Yeah.
from Jamaica. So like a Jamaican version of Bailey's, but also like rum based. Where I think Bailey's is whiskey based. I think I could be wrong on that. But my experience with Brand Nephew, as far as I know, is from the source, and also I drank it in Jamaica, and
Well,
it is
if you
firewater.
drank it in Jamaica, then you got the real Ray and Nephew.
But
And
also,
the
I know
reason why I'm saying this
the
is
label
like
say overproof.
when I tried the shot of Ray and Nephew at my ex's house, like the bottle that she had bought in the United States, I was like, this doesn't taste like what I had in college. She's like, yeah,
Oh,
it's different in the United States than it is in Jamaica.
oh,
Because
yeah,
my buddy from college got that bottle
came
from
back from
Jamaica,
Jamaica.
brought it to the States, versus bought it in the States and brought it to college.
So I have a question for you. So an American bottle of liquor is. Let me show you the top. I'm going to open this. I mean, it's already open, but I want to show you the opening of the bottle. It's got this little plastic thing, but when you pour it, it comes out like there's nothing here.
Well, that's only for handles. Regular like 750s don't have that plastic stopper.
The 750s also don't have a plastic stopper. But let me show you this. Uh, when you have this is a different top here.
Yeah, you'll get
The
some.
whole top portion is actually plastic. So there's no glass. That one was glass, and then it had plastic inside.
Yeah.
It's all plastic on the top, and then when you pour it, it comes out really slow. I mean, it's actually fast because the bottle is.
What bottle is that?
This is a Brugal rum from Dominican Republic. It's not from a liquor store here. So
Right.
if
So
you
that
bought it
might
from a liquor
be
store here, it would have a glass top with a plastic insert. This one has a plastic top, which restricts
right.
the flow.
So that might be subject to like individual countries restrictions where like some countries might make it so that you can't have just like a regular opening to a bottle to
Yeah,
restrict how fast it can pour.
yeah. Basically, they try to
Because like
slow you
I
down
can
with the
tell you as
pour.
a bartender, like I would hate that because like I want to put a speed pourer in it so that I can just pour it
Well,
at a constant rate.
am I tracking here? All right, I'm tracking. So I have, uh, uh, typically when I have a bottle like this might be too small. But I mean, it's a
No, that's
handle
not going to
bottle.
work in that.
This is a handle
Speed
bottle, but
pourers don't fit to handles.
I mean, I usually pare it down to,
No, the speed
um,
pourers really only work in 750s and
yeah.
most
So,
1 liters.
what I tip. Oh, well, I'm losing my camera here. Hang on, let me. He he just lost me here. Hang on. Let me bring my camera back. Let's go this way. Oh, other way. All right, you're gonna be totally in a different room here. All right, bring it back and normal tracking. So what I usually do is I buy the handle bottle, okay, and then I always have a regular bottle at home, and I'll just get a funnel and fill up the regular bottle. The reason is that I like these speed pours. We were just talking about this. You see this here,
Yeah, I can see it. I know what you're
and
talking about.
this will fit in the regular bottle. Oh man, we're restricted here. So
It should fit pretty tight.
this will fit in a 750. Obviously, it's snug. It will not fit. It's too skinny for the liter, the one. I'm sorry, the liter, the 1.5 liter, or the 1.75. So what I do, because also picking this up is really tough. I'd rather just grab my hand and pour on this. Um, actually, this is an empty bottle. So what I usually do is buy the big bottles and refill the small bottles.
Yeah, but
Um,
you refill the 750 so you get the
yeah, I mean, I just
the
think this
speed
is
pour.
a much easier bottle to kind of carry and manage than the big bottle. But I always install these pour tops. But guess what? He,
Chicken butt.
so I went to an upscale cocktail bar in upstate New York, and I was there with my friend, a mutual friend of ours. It was his 40th birthday, and here's what he said to me. And I thought this was actually kind of noble for a 40th birthday. He said, "Justin, I've always liked sweet cocktails. I know you like scotch. I know you like you're a connoisseur of mixed drinks and cocktails, but I want to get into scotch. Can you walk me through scotch? Like tell me what you like about it. Let's have a few glasses of scotch, and just bring me through scotch. I want to develop this affinity for scotch." So we did, and I started with a glass of scotch. I think it was like Lafroig or Talisker or Oban, one of those. Wasn't Lagavulin, which is kind of the tedious of them. And they poured us a glass. I think it was like $30, for like a finger pour of scotch. I looked in the glass, and guess what? There was fruit flies. So when you leave this on your drink, if you look at it, it's got a plastic, it's got a rubber stop top here,
Yeah,
but
the
it's
butt.
also
Yeah.
got a little. So the liquor comes out of here, and the air gets sucked up. And there's a little sucker hole here. So I've got a black tip on here, and what most bars do is at the end of the night they just put the black tip on, but there's a little air hole. And what happens is fruit flies can climb right through that air hole and into your bottle. So what you need to do at the end of the night, what every bar needs to do, is they need to have either take it off or they wrap it in plastic wrap. They take it off and put a cap on, or they wrap this in plastic wrap, or they take this out and they put one of these green ugly bottle condoms on.
Yeah, I hate those.
And I mean, it's ugly. I hate them too, but that's what you have to do to keep the fruit flies out. So in my bar, I've got I don't know, I got 20 of these things. Whenever I have an open bottle, when I'm having friends and family over, we're at the bar, I fill the well and top these off.
So I
But
didn't think that fruit flies could make it through the small air hole. Like
yeah,
I've got the black caps for my speed pourers, but I've never thought to cover the air hole.
so uh, so we were at the bar, and they also had that little black tip on their things, and so we went from the $30 bottle of Lafroig or something. We ended up going like to some high end, like 18-year, 20-year scotches for his birthday, and now we're talking like $50 a glass, $70 a glass. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. But what kept happening was every other glass we had two or three flies in each glass.
So you send it back.
We sent it back, and I actually I grabbed the manager and just basically explained to the manager of the bar what I just explained to you. Is like, hey guys, like, to be honest with you, like 100% cool if you just strain the fucking flies out. Like, just get a strainer, get them out of here. You don't have to count me. They did comp us a couple of drinks, which is cool. But I'm like, guys, like, just give me like a free drink, but like just strain the flies, dude. I don't know. I don't think that speaks very highly of me, but I was like, yeah, just strain the fucking flies out, man. Like, we want to taste it. If you're the only bottle of that you have here has flies in it, strain the flies out. If you don't have another bottle, like, we still want it.
Yeah.
But of course, I was trying to get him the experience of like the growth of Scotch knowledge and the growth of the palate of Scotch. And so there's a few bottles that were like integral to like learning the nuances of Scotch. So we had them uh, with the flies in there, but strained but strained out. It was a little embarrassing. Actually, also crazy night because we ended up having another friend meet us out there, and it was a blizzard. There ended up being 3 feet of snow on the ground by the end of our evening, and we all had to get out of there. We had to like call for help. We were all
Do I
fucked.
know who these people were?
Uh, Eric's birthday, 40th birthday. George showed up. Scott showed up. Scott was not drinking, by the way. Ended up being an awesome night. Very cool night. And
What location?
Schenectady.
That's a terrible place to start.
Schenectady, New York is a city that has struggled since GE shut down, right? Like GE, their
40
zip
years
code,
ago.
GE zip code was 12345. That's it, right? That's five digits. GE zip code is 12345. GE's the supported the entire city. I remember actually going to the GE facility with my father when I was young, uh, and just being like mesmerized by like how kind of uh, tech, technology forward the city was, and um, and then obviously kind of GE has divested a lot of their business, and that city suffered really hardcore because GE left, and there was some adjacent industries around, but for the most part, it has just been a rundown city for the last 40 years. Over the last 6 or 7 years, we've had young people like us that have just kind of come into money and started building restaurants and businesses inside the kind of downtown, the worst part of Schenectady. The reason is it was cheap, and uh, and they've actually created this kind of downtown scene, kind of like downtown Troy, right? Like, you and I grew up downtown Troy, New
Troy
York.
wasn't much better than Schenectady.
Troy was bad, right? So Lansingburg was a residential community that was at their top place in the 50s and 60s, right? And it's
Yeah.
just kind of going like there's no. It was a block, lot by block by lot by block construction of just kind of 1950s 1960s houses until the entire place was filled, and then nobody bought, demolished, and rebuilt. So you've just kind of had these 1950s houses deteriorating. So the people that kind of bought in the 90s just kind of lived in the house until it continued to deteriorate. The people that bought in the 2000s just kind of bought for like $60,000 the shittiest house, but nobody was like buying a $60,000 house, demolishing it, and putting on like a $400,000 house, right? It was just a town that was kind of like it had its peak and it just went down from there. That was the residential side. The more urban side of Lansingburg, because it's the city of Troy, it's the residential side, was the actual like old school 1800s, early 1900s homes, which were brownstones and things like that, surrounded by the core city businesses, which all went out of business. Right, like
So,
all of those businesses went out of business. So
can I give people a description of what it's like to drive through Schenectady? And this is
let's
informed.
go back. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's finish Troy real quick. So Troy, starting 15 years ago, but after you and I moved away, like there was no business in Troy. After you and I moved away, there was like 2 or 3 bars that were busy kind of 3 nights a week. There was a handful of like city offices that were there, and there was very few kind of local businesses that were there. What happened was people saw opportunity with cheap real estate, being close to a RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, and a lot of these RPI grew and grew and grew. Actually, RPI is a very popular school, recruiting people from all over the world, paying top dollar for tuition, and wanting housing. So people realized that Troy was actually downtown Troy was actually very close to RPI, and they started buying and investing in the buildings, fixing up the buildings. But then you got these Chinese students, Indian students, Middle Eastern students who are paying top tier for college, but they're living in a dangerous, shitty city, but they have money. So then you have people of our generation, like people we went to high school with, that started opening businesses. I mean, remember there was like some ghetto bars, and there was I Love New York pizza there. That was it. And
In
now
the
you
Ruck.
start having was that?
In the Ruck.
Well, the Ruck was a ghetto bar, and you had Shalimar, the Indian restaurant, and you had what was the Magic the Gathering Dungeons and Dragons place?
Aquilonia.
Aquilonia was a comic book, but obviously, like a comic book trading place makes no money, right? So if you own a comic book store, you basically make no money. You just do it because it's your passion. Uh, but other people started opening other businesses because it was super cheap, and then the economy of the area has gone up and up and up. Same exact thing with Schenectady, except Schenectady actually nosedived harder, faster than Troy did,
So
because
let me just paint a picture
because there
for
was
people.
industry. There was actual industry in Schenectady. There was no industry in Troy.
There
Troy was
was. Troy used to be like a
a collar.
major textile. Yeah, the Collar City used to be a major textiles hub. But let me just paint a picture for people of what driving through 890 in Schenectady was like.
So
If you remember,
we're talking about upstate New York cities and how they've gone up and gone
yeah,
down.
but this is, I think, an image that's going to appeal to a lot of people. You remember, like early to mid 90s racing games, there would always be one track where you were driving through like a completely like bombed out city that was like industrial and everything like that, but like it was clear that like nobody lived in the city and you're just driving through like the ruins of a city.
Yeah,
That's what driving through on 890 through Schenectady felt like.
Schenectady, New York was like the skeleton of a city that used to be bad. like, like so you got the vibe that like in the 80s, 90s, like it was okay. And then in like the late 90s to 2000s, like it got really bad. And then it got so bad, everybody left. So like you heard of this place, and even the suburbs. So like even the suburbs surrounding it kind of like survived for a while.
Like
But then,
Rotterdam.
but then, yes, but then as the city died, the suburbs got corrupted because like even the homies and the criminals didn't want to live in the downtown city. Like if you're a good enough criminal and you could afford a couple of $1,000s in mortgage, you fucking left. So uh, so then the surrounding suburbs kind of became shitty. And what I'm telling you now is that like I've been through Schenectady a couple of times. Our mutual friend Eric bought a home in kind of the suburbs around there, and I was surprised. The home was it was basically a flip, and you know they may have overpaid in the sense that like it was a flip, but the home was moving ready. Home was moving ready, and it was very nice. Um, and there's a lot of people that have been coming in and doing that because they know the city is going up. Nobody flips property and the city is going down. They came in, they bought a place that was run down, they did the work to it, and they sold it at a higher price. And if there's people flipping in that neighborhood, you know the neighborhood is going up. So I visited them a couple of times since I helped them buy the house as their agent, and they're like, "Oh, the downtown theater is screening movies. There's this like new development over here, which has its own movie theater and its own shopping mall. You got to go. There's this restaurant and this brunch spot. Like, you got to come out and hang out here." I'm like, you guys are attracting me to Schenectady, the city.
So this is where my bias is going to show through. Is I just don't buy any of that. Like you would have to drag me in handcuffs to get me to go to Schenectady.
Oh shit! I just invited a stranger onto our feed, and
Hey, I got to take a leak real quick.
you go.
So
I'm gonna talk to a stranger. Hi, who are you? I'm Justin. I didn't know that we could actually invite strangers onto our feed here. Sorry, but you came on board. How does this work?
Hello.
Hi. You speak English?
Yes.
Where are you located?
Yes. Where are you from?
I'm in New York. Where are you located?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are?
I know.
Where are you?
My from is Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan?
Yes.
Говоришь по-русски в Uzbekistan?
Yes.
Да? Oh, I know. Oh, I forgot. My Russian is very bad. Мой русский, моя русский плохо.
Yes, your is girlfriend. What is your wife is Ruski?
No, Spanish. So, but you should follow us on YouTube. You should come to YouTube and Facebook, please. Okay.
Arkadaşlar herkesi kanıtlayalım lütfen. Kaybetmeyelim.
Still?
No, I talk in my chat.
Okay.
Sahil, welcome. How are you?
Is this? Oh, James. So we can't do this on Restream. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So we can't do this on Restream, but apparently on TikTok there's a battle.
Battle?
Right? Are we in a battle?
I want to fight.
Are we in a battle?
What?
A battle?
No.
No, you're winning. You have 4. Yeah, 0.
No, it's okay.
So somebody, I was just waving to people, and apparently I had to invite. I was waving to the people that were doing this, and I hit invite by accident. But what's your name, my friend?
Zihra.
Zira.
Yes.
Save me. So Zira is apparently in a battle with us. We have a split screen on this screen, a different screen, and she's winning. She got 4 something points. So we're screwed.
4 is probably too much for us to get at this point.
Right? I mean, I don't know how the points work. I don't know if these are basketball points or soccer points, right? Like if they're soccer points, we're screwed. If basketball points, like we got a shot. So just to save me, it says save me. So we're losing. But also apparently it's like very bright and sunny. It's the morning in Uzbekistan. I guess she's speaking Russian. I don't even know what we're doing, man. I don't know what we're doing anymore here. If you're watching this video, just comment what country, what city you're in, what state you're in, what city, what state you're in.
Hey, so we're losing to Uzbekistan?
We're losing to Uzbekistan. We're here in New York celebrating the World Cup. Right? You listen to the World Cup?
Uzbekistan is in the World Cup.
Uzbekistan is still in the World Cup?
It's group stages. Nobody's out yet.
Nobody's. Oh, all right. Fair enough. Apparently, Toronto. So we got Toronto at John Q. We got Raphael. Raphael, can you like hook me up with a like or something? Can you guys hook me up with a like? I'm a nice guy. So James, what you're witnessing right now is I'm on a split screen on my phone, begging for likes or begging for gifts. Oh, it says consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health.
Well, that's true.
So because I have a drink, we are limited in our audience. So when it says Raphael says, I'm at 224 West 35th Street in Manhattan. Still?
Isn't that really close to your office?
You drink whiskey?
This is rum. Rum. Schnei's rum? No? It's like I have vodka. Stoli. It's Ruski. It's Ruski. So John Q said that he's at 224 West 35th Street, which is actually my old office. So it looks like somebody's doing their homework. I still got, it says Win X0. I think I'm like losing this battle. So James, Sunday evening, you and I talked for a little while. You came back from pool, right?
What was I doing on Sunday?
Was it Saturday or Sunday? It was Sunday, right? That was definitely Sunday. So man, I feel like she's got 24, I got 12. I'm totally losing this. It's an unfair battle to battle an attractive female, even if you're in Uzbekistan. It's not fair for us.
It's no, you're talking very beautiful. Say Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan.
Yes.
Yes, Uzbekistan.
Tell like that. Uzbekistan.
It's the end of. It's over with. All right. The winning creator can propose some funny challenges for you to complete in the victory lap.
You're doing the challenges.
I think I have to. I don't particularly like the fact that I'm in a live with somebody else. I was really enjoying our conversation. All right. So, you invited me again? All right.
Yes. You want to go?
I want to win.
You want to go?
I want to win. I don't know how you say win in Russian, but so after you and I talked on Sunday, so I went to a engagement party on Sunday, which was a beautiful, very nice event, and I drank like 30 ounces of coffee before the event. At the event, I stepped out to drink a Monster energy drink, and then we didn't have too much to drink at the event. But I came home and I was like, all right, I have a ton of energy. I want to just kind of hang out and just be awake. So I texted you and I was like, are you awake? Like, what's going on? We got a little catching up to do. So you and I talked for what, like an hour?
At least, yeah.
I feel like it was like almost 2 hours, but I don't know. We talked for a while, and then afterwards, after my friend and I spoke, he was tired, I was tired, and I opened up TikTok, which I don't actually use the social medias. Right? I log into the social medias almost every day because I post some content. So I spend a lot of time editing video, and then I go over to TikTok, I go to YouTube, I go to Instagram, I go to Facebook, I go to LinkedIn, and I post the videos. All right. So if you're watching us live, you should subscribe so you can watch the fucking videos. They're good. You're gonna learn something. Trust me. It's all about sales. Mostly, James, I teach sales, but a lot of it is actually like it's formatted so that people on the spectrum can like break it down and understand it. Does that make sense?
Oh, so it's a video for yourself.
Yeah. So look, when we moved to South Carolina and when I was like 20, 21 years old, I had no social skills. I had limited sexual experience, and all I wanted to do was like learn how to be natural and talk to people. So I started reading books, and I started reading books about dating. I started reading books about sales. I started reading books about like how to talk to people. Having to read a book about how to talk to people is like could not make you feel any worse in life. Would you agree? Reading a book about like how to talk to people,
It's a low point.
I would consider it like a low point, but also like it was almost a high point in my life because I was learning things. So I mean, I look back at it, it's like, oh, I was at a low point, so I had to level up. I had to learn these things. So I started reading these books about how to talk to people, how to talk to women, and I actually, again, this is why I consider myself somebody who's on the spectrum, is because like none of that came naturally. So I had to learn. I had to learn all this. Uh, and then a couple years later, I got into sales and learned that sales is basically the same shit. It's basically the same shit. I have no idea. Maybe I've had too many glasses of rum. How I was going to tie this back to the fact that you and I were having a conversation Sunday night. After we got off the call, I went and looked at TikTok, which I don't actually consume much social media. I usually just post to social media. So I'm looking at TikTok, and like my second swipe, I swipe on this guy, and it's a split screen just like this. What was your name again? Lady, young lady.
What?
What's your name again?
Elena?
Zehra.
Zara.
Mm.
So Zara has 26 and I have 3. So basically, what people do on TikTok is they do a battle, and they do the split screen where one person talks and the other person talks, and whoever gets the most likes or gifts. How do you win that battle?
Mm.
How do you win a battle?
What is this?
How do you win? I wish my Russian was better. So how do you win the battle? Like you have uh, uh, you have 26. I have 3. So basically, I'm watching this guy just battle person after person, and he's fucking winning. And he's just on the camera, just kind of talking like normal, but he's just crushing people. And then of course, it's a dude, and he hits a hot girl, and then she just crushes him, and he challenges her again, and she crushes him.
Yeah, it's not a fair fight.
Bro, but like they're not having a debate. They're just kind of like we're talking right now, and I'm talking right now. She just crushes him 3 times over. And then at that point, like I was getting tired when you were getting tired, but then I just kind of just sat and looked at my phone for the next 15, 20 minutes, and the dude just lost. It says I got 132. I have a win. You lost. You lost.
Yes.
Sure, bro. James, I won. How did I get 132?
What?
How did I get 132?
You must be the hotter girl.
I'm the hottest chick here. All right, we're doing one more time, so it's fair.
Okay.
One more time. But I think people they dude, we are. I, I'm now like 70% sure that we're in a simulation.
No.
I'm very confident with this. Mandela effect. You familiar with the Mandela effect?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you. I think it was.
You send me what on the Mandela effect?
There's.
Because I know how fickle the human memory is, right? Like this is why eyewitness testimony. So I feel like the Mandela effect, even just talking about the Mandela effect, when you're like, oh, the Monopoly guy had a monocle. So instantly in your head, you picture him with a monocle. And you're like, actually, he doesn't. And then you show the real picture. Like, I understand that aspect of the psychology. But also, I think we all, like, our first experience in life with a monocle was the Monopoly Man. Right? Like, you didn't watch as much TV as I did growing up, but the Shazam movie. Are you familiar with the Shazam movie,
Yeah,
James?
we had this conversation, and I'm gonna try it. I'm linking you a.
You're losing, my friend. It's not nice. You're way prettier than I am. It's not fair.
I'm pulling up
Get her point.
a philosophy paper by Robert Nozick about brains in a vat.
But that's what I'm telling you is that like I recognize the anchor effect and the brainwash effect of memory. Like I get that, and I understand how that like hardcore affects the Mandela effect. But the Mandela effect is like it can be can be totally orchestrated. But the fact that I remember the Shazam movie, right, from like the mid '90s, I remember the only way I knew Sinbad was being a genie. Like in my mind, he's the fucking genie, not Aladdin genie, but like there was 2 genies. The cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom, right? Like that's a really big one. Like who the fuck? A cornucopia is not like something that we have in life. I don't see cornucopias. Like cornucopia is like elementary school artwork, right? And Fruit of the Loom.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing. Shaq was in a movie called Kazam.
I know this. I know this. But he was not a genie. And also, what other experience do you have with Sinbad? So let me ask you, lady.
Hold on, whoa.
I'm in a war. I'm in a battle right now, James.
Yeah, but
Zara, do you in Uzbekistan? What is your drink? What do you? So you asked me about whiskey. What do you drink in Uzbekistan?
Yes, I like whiskey. I like this bira.
Beer, piva, piva, da.
Yes,
Uh,
I like this whiskey also. I don't like too much whiskey.
Not too much. Vodka,
What?
vodka,
No.
vodka. No. What time is it? What time of day is it? Is it morning for you?
Yes.
It's morning.
This morning.
In New York, it's nighttime.
I know.
Oh, you know. Okay.
I know.
Interesting. This is our last word, so I hope you get a lot of points. It looks like you're frozen. It's not nice. If you're watching this, you need to give her more points. I'm not in some of the points. But also, if you're watching on TikTok, you need to subscribe. You got to subscribe to my channel, the SipTalk channel. You got to subscribe to Agent University. James, you're a YouTube guy, right?
yeah,
You don't subscribe to Agent University?
I'm not an agent.
Can you just? It's sales, bro. It's sales. It's sales. You're gonna like it. Also, you don't have to fucking watch it. Just subscribe. It'll help me out. You don't have to. You don't have, guys. Go to YouTube. Search Agent University NYC. You're gonna see my white bald face. Subscribe to the channel. I don't even care if you watch it. I think you watch it, you'll like it. Hook me up. Hook me up. I would do the same for you. All right. If you message me and you tell me, hey man, I'm trying to build something, I got your back. All right. I'm also trying to build something. Be a brother, be a sister, help me out. This is the end of our time. I had a nice time. Uh, so uh, I won again. You're way prettier than I am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you lost. You should have won. The algorithm says you
Am
won.
I on screen?
You were not on screen, man. Unfortunately, um, I don't know how to do that. Uh, it's a weird thing. Let me see if I can flip the camera here. Can I flip the camera? No. Flip camera. Flip camera. Multi-guest, playbook, super fan. Oh, flip camera. Oh yeah, this is good. All right. So I'm in shit. I'm in a Zoom here right now. This is where I am. I'm simultaneously existing on many platforms. James, you should subscribe. You might meet your future wife in Uzbekistan.
I would travel to Uzbekistan, but as long as it's a round trip.
Well, you have to collect. All right, let me bring this back to the. I have a very professional setup. I'd like to say, by the way, if anybody's noticed. Let me flip the camera back.
You're talking there?
I'm talking what?
You're talking another people?
I'm talking to you, but I'm also talking to my. So I'm in the middle of the podcast here. But look, I appreciate your valiant effort to win the war here. But I gotta part ways with you. So thank you for joining. I'm gonna find you and follow you. Is that all right? If I find you and follow you, I'll follow you. All right, we're followed. We're friends. But I gotta make you go away here. I'm gonna get in trouble. James, what else we have to talk about? We have to talk about New York City. We have to talk about what do you know about Uzbekistan, by the way?
Not much.
Uzbekistan borders Russia. Is it right next to Russia?
Yes.
It's right next to Russia. Do you like Russia?
Yes.
I studied Russian in high school, so
Does not border Russia.
I used to love Russia, you know, when I was in high school because I learned about the culture and the language. I thought that was very cool. But the Russia Ukraine thing, you know, liberal people like us in New York don't like Russia anymore.
You like Israel? You like Uzbekistan people also?
I don't know Uzbekistan. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it. So I can't comment on it. I don't know anybody from Uzbekistan. I know a lot of Ukrainian people here in New York. It looks like our time is over, my friend. So I have to I'm gonna part ways with you. I don't know how to do that though. Let's see. Shit. Multi-guest. There's this. Anyway. Co-host name.
Assalamualaikum,
Okay.
Hoş geldiniz.
Shit. All right. All right, my friend. If you're watching us live, please follow my channel. I gotta dip out of this one because I actually don't know how to leave. So it's nice meeting you. До свидания.
До свидания. Пока.
All right. Dude, I did not know how to fucking leave that shit. We had almost
one button.
We had almost 900 people. We had 900 people following us.
Wow.
But what I did was so when you look at the live, it gives you a button next to every person that joins to wave. So I just click wave. But one of them said invite, and I was just like going through the fucking thing, hitting invite, and apparently invited a battler. Dude, that's why I'm telling you, I think we're in a simulation because I'm telling you, we're going to put ourselves into a simulation.
That
I
putting
know,
like a
in the
future
short
of us
term,
putting ourselves into a simulation does not mean that we're in a simulation now.
I know it doesn't mean that we're in a simulation. But the fact that we're going to put ourselves into a simulation means the odds that we are in a simulation are higher. Like if we've been writing science fiction since the 1950s and 60s, and it kind of all leads to this kind of Matrix, Terminator simulation shit, which I think most of it does, by the way. I'm trying to. So one of the things I've been thinking about is like when you look at Star Trek, and when you look at Star Wars, and you look at these futuristic incantations of the human race, what isn't true?
About
teleportation, seemingly impossible, right? Like you could deconstruct something molecule by molecule. Like I can fathom that. Re-putting the molecules back molecule by molecule, I could fathom that perfectly, and including the consciousness, the memories, and molecule by molecule. I just don't think there's enough compute for it. I don't think there's enough power for it. So I just can't see that happening.
The issue becomes
for that reason. I think there's just not enough compute to do it.
That's a poor argument.
Really?
Yeah.
I have to pee really bad, so
well,
excuse myself for a second.
Go take a leak. I'll do the same. But the whole compute power is not sufficient is a poor argument.
All right, so I'm gonna put us on pause here. Hold on. Let me just generate our captions, and then what I'm gonna do is flip my camera and flip camera. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we're going to flip the camera here. And if you're watching us, I am very curious. Sydney, stay tuned. I'm flipping the camera back. We're about to talk about teleport. This is SipTalk, where we talk about basically every topic. We're about to talk about teleportation and why it's feasible or why it's not feasible. So you let me know in the comments if you think teleportation is achievable in the next 10 years, 50 years, or 100 years. I actually like when you break down the mechanics of how teleportation works. I totally believe it's achievable. Actually, uh, I don't think we are anywhere near the compute power to make it happen, but I I think it's achievable. So uh, we're about to be joined by my co-host James, who's off camera for the sake of this TikTok. Um, but my question to you is discussing the plausibility of simulation theory, like the Matrix. Yeah, basically what we're talking about, like how likely are these things? I think wildly likely. So James, what were your thoughts on teleportation?
So your argument is that teleportation can't happen right now because like it's computationally impossible, right?
I would say it can't happen now because the compute power. I don't think it's impossible. Like I can see a path to it. What I'm saying is like we are nowhere near the ability to capture every neuron and synapse,
Right.
every molecule. But I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying we don't have like anywhere near the compute power. And this, by the way, roots back to me saying like the predictions that have been made in Star Trek and Star Wars and every science fiction novel and video that you watched, tell me what's impossible. So like I think teleportation, one of the more impossible things, but actually like when you break down the mechanics of how it could happen, totally possible.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible right now because of the compute power. Because like we can imagine a universe where the compute power is high enough, right? Where you say like every single molecule of your body, we can measure that and recreate it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I say that's a poor argument is because compute power is imaginably high, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that what is fundamentally impossible to measure is the quantum states of all those molecules because those are all fundamentally probabilistic and attempting to measure them changes their value. So the problem is like we could say like you have
Well, you're
X
bringing
number.
quantum theory into a scenario where I'm not. You're bringing quantum theory. Quantum theory is theory,
Right, but
which I'm not going to argue against quantum theory. But what I'm going to argue is invading my idea with quantum theory. Um,
if you're looking to create an exact physical copy of something else, then you need to be able to recreate not just the atomic makeup of that thing, you also need to recreate the quantum states of that thing.
but would that not happen when you recreate the exact instantaneous atomic breakdown?
No, it's impossible.
Why?
Because the quantum states are fundamentally unknowable.
But we know the observed state and we're recreating.
Right. But the problem is quantum states cannot be observed without changing them.
But what are we looking at the quantum level? Because everything I'm talking about is the observable level, which is why we're observing it. We are copying it, right? Because copying it is part of the observation. You observe,
Yeah,
copy,
but
delete. You basically like I don't this. Have you seen the movie like The Illusionist? I think with Hugh Jackman and the guy from Memento.
yeah. But I don't want to get into that. I want to explain to you how quantum uncertainty works and why you
I mean,
can't.
I agree with you when you introduce the idea of quantum uncertainty. I agree with you how it all breaks down. Like I get that, but I'm
If you need to recreate a physical object, you need to recreate it. You need to recreate all of its quantum states exactly, which is impossible to do.
okay. So it's a non-exact copy.
You can create non-exact copies, sure.
They have consciousness.
Arguably,
Um,
but they're a copy, and they are fundamentally distinct from the original.
I also had a thought in my drive home about consciousness and the spectrum. And again, I don't think that I'm really on the spectrum, but like the more I think about it, I'm just like, why the fuck am I thinking about this so much? Maybe I am on the spectrum. Um, but then I on my ride home today, I was thinking about being on a spectrum, and I was like, the fact that I'm thinking about this actually makes me think that like I'm an NPC with like a slight glitch. Like, like I got a slight glitch. I'm thinking I shouldn't be thinking. I should just be doing right. Like so now I got a slight glitch, but maybe I actually am an NPC, and I'm just kind of like stuck in this uh, like thought process. I shouldn't be. I should just be doing. I should just be enacting, and everybody else is also an NPC. I never gave myself the flag of being the primary character. I just assumed that in a world of simulation, I would likely be an NPC, but I must have a glitch if I'm thinking about these things. Right? Like I used to walk around uh, in high school. I used to get there super early. I used to walk around the hallways and say hi to everybody. And I used to think about. I've told you this before, right?
How people walk,
No, I used to think about how I was walking.
close enough.
I started paying attention to this when I got into running, and I was like, all right, heel toe, heel toe, heel toe. Now I'm thinking about my run, and of course, heel toe is obviously not the best way to run. But then I want to walk, and I'd be like, am I walking the right way? Do I look fluid? Do I look too fluid? And I used to pay attention to that a lot. Now, if you want to put this in simulation theory and post me as an NPC, I obviously have a glitch because I'm now having to correct for it.
Yeah, this fails Occam's razor.
Of course it does. Of course it does. But Occam's razor uh, isn't an actual rule. It's a theory. You know, it's a principle.
Yeah, but it works.
Not always.
Not always.
And that's my point. It's not always. And Occam's razor is kind of in direct reflection with direct opposition with simulation theory.
Yeah, but you've got so many things that you need to prove, and if you click on the link in our private chat, that's a start.
Yeah. Oh, I see it lighting up. Um, I don't know if it's going to open here.
And that's going to get the philosophy behind that argument is pretty technical, but Robert Nozick wrote a refutal to the whole brains in a vat theory, which is basically
Anti-matrix.
a progenitor to simulation theory.
I'm going to have to read the whole thing, or at least feed it to ChatGPT for a synopsis. Um, I would like not to believe it, but the religious aspect to me, like I was thinking the other day when I was driving in, fucking stuck in traffic, and the radio wasn't fucking working, so I just had these kind of unmanned, uncontrolled thoughts um, of creation theory, how like man was built on like the fifth day or the sixth day. No, I think fifth day, and then the next day they were like, oh yeah, this guy is kind of he's got nothing going on for him. Let's create a woman. I was thinking like if I was creating a world on The Sims, I would like create the world. Then I create some infrastructure. I create some like things. Obviously create the world first. You create light, and there was light, and there was land and there's ocean. But like I kind of created this land, and I'd be like, you know what? There's got to be something happening here. I got to watch something. All right, I'm going to make a man. You make a man, and you're like, in me, it's just going down. I mean, you know how many hours of I think I like The Sims more than you. What do you think?
I don't know.
I love The Sims.
Okay.
One of my favorite video games. Is that one of your favorite video games?
It wouldn't rank, but it was a good game.
I love The Sims. So when you create The Sims, you kind of create the infrastructure, you start building a house or something, but then you create a person. But if you only have one person, like that dude gets bored fast. So then you're like, all right, I got to create a person to interact with that person, and that's of course the woman. So uh, God created space, he created the land, he created the ocean, then he created a person, then realized like, oh, we need something else to interact with that, and created a woman. Uh, that's simulation theory in a nutshell. Right? Like this guy created a thing that was kind of exciting but boring. Then he created somebody to interact with that thing, and that got bored. So then he created somebody to interact with that thing, and then everything grew from there. Right? You introduce a variable, it can only
Yeah,
go.
but you can argue that like even if we stay within the like accepted dogma of like Christianity is like once God created stuff, he didn't interact with it.
Sure, I mean, totally possible. I think that's way more likely. I think it's way more likely. Um,
Like
if
I don't believe any of that, but like if we're gonna stick to like if I have to abide by the premise that God created the world, which I don't agree with, but like we'll roll with it. Like I think even if you go with that premise, you can easily make the argument that very soon after he stopped interacting entirely.
and that's simulation theory, right? Like you just let it run for so many iterations, how many Black Mirror episodes have you watched,
Um, 3 or 4 maybe.
dude? You've got to crush the Black Mirror series.
I can't get into it.
It's there's a few bad episodes, um, but there's a few like really, really fucking fantastic episodes. And one is like, there's a town that's kind of like on the outs, and all the people have been evacuated from town, but a few people like grew up there, they want to stay there. And there is a factory that has like all these goods, but the factory has been guarded for the last year by artificially intelligent robots, like sniper robots. Uh, so they kind of have to hack the factory. Um, and they do, but then these robots basically chase them until the end of their life. And the new trillionaire status of Elon Musk is based off of. Well, I heard today on NPR that it is based off of him creating 10 million. I think it's 10 million. It was 10. It was either the prediction was it was going to be greater than the number of humans at 10 billion, which I think was the prediction. But I think the $1 trillion valuation, it was him based on him creating 10 million humanoid robots.
Um,
Did you hear anything about these numbers and humanoid
2
robots?
things. First, you need to remove the banner at the bottom.
Oh shit, yeah. So we won't be back. We're here.
So that's item 1.
But the
2.
humanoid robot thing is kind of like what I'm
No, no,
getting.
no. That this is my. You didn't let me get to 2,
No, I'm all ears. The
which is I don't think you should believe anything or everything that Elon promises because and I can find you a compilation of Elon promising full self-driving Teslas dating back to like 2011.
But also,
And they still don't have it today.
I was listening to
So him saying that they're going to have 10 million autonomous robots or that they're going to have a colony on the Mars or any of this other bullshit is all just him fluffing the numbers
postulating. Yeah, no,
to try and get people to buy into his stocks. And like, I didn't do it yesterday, and I'm going to look at the stock price tomorrow. But like, I'm seriously considering taking like a short position on SpaceX.
I was thinking the same thing. But Uh, I just wanted to add that I had listened to a podcast today when I was walking in the car, and they were talking about subscription lifestyle and how Tesla promised everybody self-driving cars, and then basically just deleted that feature from the software like overnight. And all these people that just thought that their self-driving was like somewhere in the future for them just disappeared. So now they just have to drive their fucking electric cars. I've also heard everybody who gets an electric car instantly realizes that it's a superior mechanical uh, machine, and I agree with that. I agree with it. Like, there's a lot of things that are easier um, in life. I particularly like sometimes doing the extra work. So not only do I like driving, but I also like driving a stick shift. I like cooking food. I like planting plants. How many of you have boiled? How many of you have wanted to make hard boiled eggs? James, same thing goes for you. How many of you wanted to make hard boiled eggs and had to look up a recipe on how to make hard boiled eggs? I think a lot of the podcast was basically about like how much of our life has become automated and subscription based, and how all of these major brands are forcing us into this subscription based helpless lifestyle where we don't know how to do anything. And like, if you want to go to your friend's house that you've been to 55 times before, you put their address in GPS, right? If you want to bake a loaf of
Let
bread,
me ask you this.
which your ancestors have done, hundreds, thousands of loaves of bread for hundreds of years, you have to look up recipe for something that should be like there are many different species that just kind of come out of the womb and have abilities, and we are losing abilities.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
What's the last thing that you cooked where you actually looked up a recipe?
Um, I last week I wanted to make some type of like Asian inspired uh, beef or something like that. And I looked at the recipe and said, "Oh, that's interesting." Um, and when you look at a recipe, by the way, it's like the history of the dish and somebody's family traditions, and then like how the dish can complement your lifestyle, and then
Yeah. Just skip
where do
through
you
all that.
get food, and then you go like all the way down. It's like the actual ingredient list, the quantity, and like the temperature of the oven, and all the rest. I basically just scrolled down to the ingredient list and said, "Interesting," and then just put my phone on the counter and said, "I'm going to do what I can do." And by the way, it was fucking phenomenal. Uh, but I'm not a big recipe guy. I just
Well,
I'm not.
so
It,
I'll answer my own question here, which is fried rice.
okay, which you shouldn't need a recipe for that.
Yeah, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to make any like stupid mistakes.
But this is your GPS moment. Well, you know how to do it.
Well, no,
Theoretically, you know how to do it, and if you make a mistake, you have faith in yourself to correct it.
right. So I looked at the recipe
Unless, of
and I
course, you're.
read through it, and then I just went into the kitchen and I was like, all right, I have a general idea as to what I want to do, and like we're just gonna make this work. But like I didn't follow the recipe to a T. Like about halfway through, I was like, I think I've got this, and
Okay,
it came out fine.
but that's because you and I have a lot of faith in ourselves to figure shit out.
Well, it's also I've fucked up recipes before, and like a big part of cooking that people don't talk about enough is the times that you make something and screw it up and throw it out.
You know what I heard? Because I listen to a ton of podcasts, a ton of YouTube videos. Is that like I do? Like, I'm looking around this room, and I've got a He-Man sword that I whittled. We talked about that recently. All these like hobbies and things that I do, and food that I cook, and all these projects. I got a big project I got to do. I got to build some shit in the backyard with wood. I want to do some landscaping with lights. Uh, that like we have hobbies, and you were like, I'm preaching to the choir with you, but most people don't understand this. So, like, regularly speaking, if you hang out with people, some people say like, "Oh, what's your side hustle? Like, what do you do? What are your hobbies?" But everything kind of comes back to like what you put online, right? So, like, if you cook something, you have to have it online. You have the before pictures, the after pictures. If you build something, you got to have the before pictures, the after pictures. And like I've been struggling in my life to like recently over the last 3 or 4 months, especially since we changed the channel for SipTalk, and I'm trying to like develop different brands to take what I do on a regular basis and like monetize it. I have no desire to do that. Like I cook a meal, I just want to cook the meal. I just want to enjoy it for myself. Like maybe I'll send a picture of my sister. In the past, maybe I sent a picture of my mom, but like I don't need to monetize it and share the history and like the recipe for it. Um, but I do a lot of shit in my life that starts with no knowledge and a trust in myself to figure it out. And and I think you kind of have this similar. I don't think you kind of endeavor on as many different projects kind of as I do. Like when you had that leak with your little like garden internal home area. Like I feel like you probably could have figured that out on your own, but like you wanted to pay for it, and there's a lot of things in my life you just like, all right, pay for it, make it go away. Uh, but I think that you and I just kind of have this intelligence that like we can figure out via YouTube University and Google University, figure it out. Am I wrong?
It depends on what it is. Like there's sometimes where a lot of times I'll take the first or second crack at something, and if I can fix it, great. But there's other times where I'll just look it up and see what's involved and say, you know, this seems like way more trouble than it's worth.
Well, it's like it's kind of like fixing cars. You know, like you and I kind of have this capacity. I'm sure you don't have the tools for it. Although now that you have a full house, like you can probably get the tools.
I could get the tools, but I haven't.
Um, Now, over the years, I've made a decent chunk of change in terms of income and money. And I had I had several motorcycles. I had a few different cars. Living in New York City, where you don't have a garage, you don't have a driveway, you don't have the tools, you can't do it. Um, and many times I've just been like, all right, make the problem go away. But I actually enjoy the process of fixing.
You know what? Uh, uh,
I actually enjoy the doing process.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. And I'm thinking about this situation from like 6 years ago where I was living in my crappy apartment and my roommate bought like some deck chairs.
You mean my old apartment,
Yes, also your old apartment.
right? For
And
those of you who
my
don't know,
roommate at the
me and Ray
time
used to live together.
bought some
It
deck
was,
chairs that
it was not that crappy. It was a
it,
nice place. It was a
it
nice place.
was by the time I left.
It was crappy by the time you left. All right, fair enough.
Um,
Wall to wall carpeting.
so he bought some deck chairs and he's like, and they weren't assembled. It was just like flat pack, right?
Yeah, yeah. The flat pack is obviously the cheapest of the cheap uh, to ship. But almost every piece of furniture you buy these days is a flat pack, and if you're buying it, it's economy, and it's a major risk. It's going to be mostly shitty furniture. I buy a lot of
And
furniture online.
to be completely fair, the assembly of these things was not all that difficult. But like, I'm not great at assembling things. I
Mhm.
like my spatial sense when it comes to like looking at directions and understanding how things are supposed to fit together is not very good.
Well, that's why you
And
have directions. That's why you have directions.
yeah. So I was following the directions, and like I was dating a girl, and she was over at the time, and he's like, "Hey, can you put these deck chairs together for me?" And
And you wanted to flex your
well,
skills.
and so I was doing it, and like the first one, like I screwed up a number of different ways, and like it, and I was just like, "Fucking thing, just fit together, right?" And there's a lot of swearing, and she's like, "Do you want some help?" I said, "No." And he's like, "Do you want some help?" I said, "No." And I was like, "The two of you need to understand that like the yelling at the object is part of the process." Like
It is, and as a man, I like when I go to a store, like a Home Depot type store, and somebody says, "Oh, can I help you find what you're looking for?" I'm like, "No, the solving the problem on my own is important to me. It's important. You
But
solving my problem."
later on in that relationship, I was rebuilding my computer, and like I was again like she was over, and I was like taking it apart and like replacing parts and everything else, and like it wasn't going the right way, and I was like, "Look, And again, it was the same thing of just like yelling at the computer because like the screws weren't going in right or whatever. And she's like, you just bring this to a computer shop? I said, no. Like,
but
the whole thing about this is like yelling at the thing and being mad is part of it.
This is our generation. Our generation is understanding that you can fix the computer, you can fix the phone, you can fix the washing machine if you have the energy, but you can figure it out. Because the people that go into plumbing and go into uh, the studies of like fixing washing machines or fixing plumbing and fixing electricity. In our experience, these were the kids that like flunked out of physics and math and history. That like the, but they went into the trades, right? So the way that I look at any of the trades, which by the way, the trades are the fastest way to six figures plus, and owning your own business and working for yourself. So I don't shit on it at all. When I was in high school, the guys that flunked out of calculus and flunked out of pre-calc and flunked out of physics and flunked out of history, they were the guys going to the trades, and like we kind of used to shit on them, but that's I feel like the system was set up for that. In reality, a lot of these guys are making more money, have more stable jobs than many of us. Uh, but that skill of being able to figure things out is an invaluable skill.
But the reason why I tell this story is not to like flex or anything else. It's just that like I think, and I'm going to overgeneralize here by a wide margin, is like the female mindset is just like, you know what, like there are people that are better at this than you. Just have them do it. It's like no, the whole like
The
part
whole
of
point
part
is
of building
getting it,
something
getting
yourself,
better at it.
part of doing it yourself is the frustration that you're not succeeding in the moment.
Well,
Like
but it's
you
also
have
a
to
matter of
embrace the anger.
it's, you're embracing it, but it's also a matter of like getting better at
Well,
it.
yeah, that too.
And the thing
How
is,
do you
like,
get better at it is by embracing the anger.
so but you and I know this analog lifestyle. I just invited somebody else. I thought I waved. Uh, Embracing this analog lifestyle, or like we understand ones and zeros, whereas the future is never going to understand ones and zeros. They're never going to understand coding. It's it's kind of a lost cause. You and I are going, our generation, not even our generation, by the way, because the majority of our generation is blind to it. But we're going to be able to see both sides of that generation. I think that's a major upper hand that we're going to have kind of throughout life, and I hope to teach my son all of these things. Like
You're gonna have to work at it because, like, from what I've been hearing about the way that like kids are coming out of school right now, is like they can barely fucking read. There was a great video from like a month ago where there were like somebody took a video of seniors that were graduating from some charter school in Pennsylvania, and they said, and they just put like a sentence in front of them and says, "Yo, can you just read this sentence back to me?" And the sentence had like I think the most difficult word in that sentence was the word extraordinary, and like all the students were like, "Yo, I can't figure that word out."
So look, last weekend we went to event, birthday party for a kid. Afterwards, we had dinner as kind of a family with like the sisters and the nieces and nephews. And I got a couple of nieces that are in high school, and I bet them $100 that they could not get an A plus on their finals. So they're going. Last week was finals week, so I bet them $100 they could not get an A plus in their finals. And I said, if you get an A plus on every final, I'll give you $1,000. But for every A plus, I'm sorry, 100% on the final. Uh, so if you get 100%, I'll give you $100. If you get 100% on all your finals, I'll give you $1,000. Uh, I went to one of the sisters' house today and visited, and the niece came over and she told me she actually got 100% on one of her finals, and it was phys ed.
I'm not paying for that.
Well, but here's the thing: is that I figured I actually had to pay for it because I said I would, and there was a written test, and so there was two.
Yeah, but you
She
should
got
have
100% on
specified.
both sides. And I also learned that phys ed in the New Jersey school system is actually also like health and sex ed. So there was studying that was involved, and there was and also I couldn't not do it because I did promise. I had 3 margaritas at that point, and I did promise. And I would feel
No, you have to
next
pay.
time I offer it, I will say with a caveat, it can't be art, it can't be gym, it can't be lunch, it can't be
Right. Like,
you know.
that's
But
your fault
I
for
didn't
being a
say
bad
this time.
negotiator.
I didn't say this time, and I felt like if I didn't pay today, it would have been a bullshit. It would have been bullshit.
No, I agree with you, but like that, yeah, that's a lesson learned in terms of
It was a lesson
specifying your
learned for
terms.
me, and what I said was, "Hey, I did not create an ironclad contract because I had 3 giant margaritas the other night, and knowing that once I learned that you're going to this, I wanted to extend to you kind of the one big motivating factor for me was being in high school, obviously 20 years ago, being offered $100, which by the way, $100 20 years ago is almost like $500 today.
Not correct.
Sort of.
Inflation calculator. All right, here we go. We're gonna go with June of 2002 to today. $100. 186.28. Now I'm not hearing anything you say. Justin, nothing. Your mic die?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 186.28, not 500, 186.
But I think also how think about how much gas was in 2024, and then think about how much
CPI's calculating all of that.
think about how much a shirt was.
CPI is counting all of that.
I don't know, man. It's I'm just saying that money is different then and now, and $100 and a
Mic cut out again. You need to get a different one. But we should also just we've been on for 3.5 hours, so might want to just call it a night. And I guess we're waiting for Justin to figure out where his other mic is. But I would actually be interested in looking up inflation adjusted gas prices over the years.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. You know what? I think about? Remember when we both moved down to South Carolina in 2008
I
and
remember
gas
when we both
prices
moved.
were
Yep,
$4.50?
I do.
So think about how much that would have actually I just wanted I'll pull up the CPI calculator again. Cuz gas prices right now are in the fours. So we'll go to August of 2008 and we'll go with $4.40. That would be equivalent to $6.70 today in gas prices.
Give me the metrics again.
So when when gas prices were super high at the end of 2008,
which was what, like 2 something?
no, I remember paying $4.40 plus
Really?
for filling up my Acura at the time, and
Okay.
that would be $6.70 now.
So gas prices is one of these kind of economic trends that doesn't make sense. Is it's actually kind of basically remained almost the same, minus the kind of blips up and down. But what I heard NPR talking about this morning was that uh, these gas stations have realized how much people will pay. So they're probably not going to come back down to the $2 a gallon, the $2.25 a gallon where they were 6 months ago. They realize that people will pay if they have to. So they're just going to keep the prices up. And that goes for a lot of goods. Like people are just paying. They're existing, they're paying, they got to do what they got to do to get by with their lives. So
Yeah,
they're
it's
not,
called price stickiness.
and it is price stickiness, and they're not going to bring the prices down, which another reason to drink. But it's also another reason to like try to leave the lower class and like try to figure out some way to not have this hourly wage job where you can kind of transcend being fucked by all these small changes. This is a shit that is eviscerated the middle class in the United States, right? Like mortgage rates, home prices. Rich people just find what they want and buy it. But the middle class people, especially the lower middle class people, uh, like they're subject so much to the winds of the economy, right? To the winds of uh, uh, the mortgage rates, to the winds of the home prices, to the winds of the fuel prices. Winds, by the way, I mean like just the politics of it, right? Going up and down.
A good analogy I heard from a Reddit thread talking about people that like had worked or interacted with like these super ultra wealthy, people that were worth like 100 million plus, right?
Yeah.
Is like whenever it came time for them to pay for something, and it didn't matter how much it was, like $10,000, $100,000, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Is the attitude that people that were that wealthy had towards money was, it's like if you need a glass of water, like you just walk to the sink and pull the handle.
Hmm.
It's like I know there's money there. I'll just get like
So the thing is, I've had an interesting relationship with expenses and costs. When I first became a real estate agent, I looked at every penny. If there was a gallon of milk that was $2 and there was a gallon of milk that was $1.79, there was no question which gallon of milk that I bought. As I started making money, I actually continued that mindset for a couple of years. But at a certain point, I realized that me saving $3.71 in a grocery haul, or $14 in a haul of groceries, really didn't move the mark of my lifestyle at all. So I just kind of just started buying what I wanted to because a $14 savings did not fucking matter. I had geared my entire lifestyle towards kind of buying the cheapest thing. Like I would go out, with friends, and I would just like instinctively find the cheapest beer, the cheapest drink on the menu, and buy it. And I would track my drinks. But at a certain point in like earning money, I just kind of entirely lost that. Uh, and and trust me, the new mindset has been a very tough mindset to break because I've kind of gone through ups and downs of building a business and income and revenue, whereas you know I made hundreds of thousands of dollars in one month, and then I've lost almost six figures in another month, and then the next month you lose six figures almost again. But what I'm saying is basically like I am super in tune with like the fine tooth savings of grocery shopping. And I've been that coronavirus after my company shut down and we had to rebuild. I was in major debt. I was pinching every penny. Um, the politicians exist on the far side of like you don't look at prices, right? Like Kim Kardashian, I'm sure she'll be curious what a gallon of milk costs, but it would have no impact on her life whether or not she thought it was expensive or not. Your mic has died as well. Actually, your mic has now died. So, and I don't know if you were trying to interject a second ago, but your mic is hardcore died. So if you're watching on TikTok, I'm curious. Do you look at prices when you go to the grocery store? I mean, you go to the restaurant. Do you look at prices, or do you just see what you want and buy it, add it to your cart, or just order from the menu? So I'm curious if you go to restaurants, if you go to the grocery store, do you look at the prices, or you kind of have an intuition on the prices, but you just get what you want to get? That's what I'm curious.
Hey, is this
Should
working?
women submit to men? As somebody says,
Yo, is this working?
that's
Yeah,
one. Yeah.
good. Okay. So it makes me think of a story somebody told about Michael Jackson, of all people.
Oh, I may know the instance you're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think he paid a bunch of people to like he bought out a grocery store for a day,
Hmm.
or like told the grocery store like, "Hey, shut down for the day. Like I'll pay you for whatever like you would have made on the day."
Yeah.
And then paid like a bunch of people to go in and just like pretend like they didn't know him so he could grocery shop like a normal person would,
Yeah.
and just like grab the things off the aisle and go and like to the checkout and pay, and just be treated like a random normal person just because like he couldn't get that experience anymore.
Which is crazy interesting, crazy admirable of Michael Jackson. I have this weird relationship with how I feel about Michael Jackson. I want him to be clandestine of all these fucking sex crimes and all this shit. Uh, and there's a part of me is like, oh, maybe if he did do it, like I also kind of understand because he was like crazy fucked as a kid, like basically being the Jackson Five. There's many arguments that like his balls were simped off because his father was fucking crazy. Uh, I think that's kind of an admirable thing. But where were you going with this Michael Jackson shopping like the Everman? I'm just curious where you're going with this.
Well, it's that. So this was in 2003. I got most of the facts right, actually.
And he died in what, 2011, 2012. I remember I was on an internet date with an international lady who did not know who Michael Jackson was when he died.
Um,
I think that must have been 2012 or 2011.
But no, like I got all this. I actually got all of this correct. He rented out a public supermarket in Boynton Beach, Florida, to fulfill his dream of grocery shopping like a normal person. To make the experience feel authentic, his friends, family, and staff dressed up as employees and shoppers,
Interesting.
wandering the aisles and restocking shelves. So I pretty much nailed it.
It was probably the most active grocery store ever. They were fucking actively recycling.
What?
It must have been the most active grocery store ever. Just a lot of commotion going on.
No, no, like I
No,
don't know.
grocery shopping is so. In my house, we don't grocery shop that much these days. And bear in mind that like I've lived in Manhattan for the last, I don't know what, 12 years or something. Uh, and grocery shopping there is like you basically buy as much as you can fit in like the hand cart. If you're in Manhattan shopping with a shopping cart, like you have to either have a car or take an Uber home, right? And then you got to like go to the back of the Uber and like take multiple trips. I got, you know, in the long run, I got very lucky because I had lots of money and I could just order the groceries, or I could go to the grocery store and then like I lived in a luxury building, so you have you get a hotel and you have the hotel cart. You know what I'm talking about? Where you put your
Yeah,
luggage in the cart. So I where I live, they had the hotel carts, and I could take an Uber and unload it from the Uber and just wheel it all up. But the majority of people that live in New York City, like when you go grocery shopping, you're grocery shopping like 3 or 4 times a week, and you're shopping for fresh goods, and you're shopping basically just kind of what you can hold, and you're thinking like 2 to 3 meals ahead. It's not the regular grocery shopping experience that the rest of the country has, where you're filling a shopping cart with $200 or $300 worth of food that's going to last you 2 weeks. And now that we live in New Jersey, um, and we work a lot, we just order groceries online because going to the grocery store is nuts. Although I have been to the grocery store the last couple of years, I've been on Christmas Eve and the day before Thanksgiving, and those are the absolute worst times to go to the grocery stores. The absolute worst times. Um, but grocery shopping, I would say, is definitely a very human experience. I think like we all do it, right? You know what I heard today about grocery shopping is you would think like theoretically farmers markets don't make sense, right? So a farmers market, you and I'll tell you why farmers markets work. But basically, you're going to an open air market, so like it's dependent on weather. right? Like if it's hot out, you're just getting sunburnt, you're getting sweaty, you're getting hot. You were paying 7 or 8 times, like each good that you buy, you're paying individually, right? And then somehow you're paying a premium. You're paying like an
You're
extra,
paying more for
you're
sure.
paying an extra 25 or 30% to buy from the source. Whereas if you're in the grocery store, you pay once, you fill up your shopping cart, you get a better deal, you get a better price. And a lot of the grocery store food is coming from local farms. So you're actually buying from the farms. You're getting a deal. You pay less. You pay once, you pay less, you're inside. So why is it that here's and this is a Rory Sutherland thing, which is why I think you love his talks and his books. Why is it that farmers markets even exist? Any guesses?
It's pure marketing.
Well, farmers markets basically don't even market, right?
Huh?
Farmers markets basically don't even market. They don't market.
No, but
It's it's
it's
what you're doing.
performative. It's
It's
performative.
it's you're going, you're getting a sense of your community. It's a more in-depth way to be part of the community, right? You're meeting these local people, you're meeting the local farmers. It's an experience. Whereas a grocery store is the
That's what I'm
grocery store
saying.
itself. The grocery store itself is generally a negative experience. Whereas when you go to a farmer's market, it's generally a positive experience. You get some free samples.
Right, but this is all what I was saying.
It's but it's this counterintuitive, like if you took a giant corporation and you said so we have this grocery store, let's remove the roof, people are going to love it, and let's spread out the departments, people are going to love it, and let's charge more money, people are going to love it. That doesn't make sense. Each level doesn't make sense.
No,
um,
but, no, it's not all that dissimilar from the concept of Veblen goods.
Oh, well, and that's another thing that Rory Sutherland talks about. And I would say the example that he gives with Red Bull is a lot like is a better example. Have I told you about the Red? I told you about this, right?
No, I know this, but like,
So, well, just to repeat it, just for the people that are watching us, the 15 people that are watching us, if you had Coca Cola and you said, let's come up with a better drink, nobody logically would say we should come up with something that tastes gross. We should charge more money for it, and we should put it in a smaller container. But that's what Red Bull is. And guess what? The upgrade to Red Bull was. You got Red Bull, that's so successful. Tastes gross, smaller container costs more. And guess what? The upgrade to that is 5 hour energy drink, which is even grosser, non-carbonated, more money,
smaller
smaller
dose.
bottle. so
Well, yeah, but
at an economic level, like you can't measure for that. You can test for
the
it.
example I would use is Grey Goose, right? You know this one?
I do know the answer to Grey Goose, but go ahead. Just say it so we have.
When Grey Goose first came out, they marketed themselves as like a good mid-priced vodka in like the $15 to $20 bottle range,
Yep. So
and they tried to like
so
compete
20
against
out of
all
the
the
bottle
other.
of vodka, and they said we're good vodka, buy us.
Yeah,
And they got no market share.
they,
Nobody bought.
they, they got no market share whatsoever. They sold nothing.
This is
So
this is Veblen, by the way.
so the only thing that they changed is they made their bottles a little bit prettier and like tripled the price, and then marketed themselves as super
Like a
premium, and they
premium,
did.
yeah. I think that's brilliant. And I've been trying with my real estate brokerage to figure out like the angle that's going to get people to come on board. And unfortunately, I haven't found one thing that works. I think the one thing that separates us is that like new agents get top tier training. It's personalized. They get a lot of hands on training. They get a lot of hands on. If you join my company and you want to be successful, I will make sure you are successful. You have to put in the work, but I will make sure that I support you 110%. I will support you. Actually, we had a meeting last Friday, and our director, Brian Rainey, he's our director of agent development. He was kind of giving last like 5 6 minute talk, and he said, I don't want this more than you guys, right? Like you guys, if you don't want it, Like I can't do it for you. Like I care less than you do, right? So you gotta like upgrade how much you care. And then I jumped in and I was like, you know what? The vast majority of you guys, uh, I actually think I want this more than you. I want your success more than you. And that's what's heartbreaking for me is that I can't put in the work for you and you and you and you. Now, if you come to me, I will help you. Like I will bend over backwards to help you out. No matter what happens, I will have your back. But I actually do believe that I want this more than a lot of these guys. And no matter what happens, I will have people back. And the funny thing that I brought up last week, did I tell you I had to replace a window in my house? I think I did. No. So I was mowing the lawn like 3 4 weeks ago, and I was the slope of the hill I was on went down, and my house is up here. And then I ended up kind of somebody. My girlfriend came out of the house. She's waiting around. I go, "What's going on?" And she goes, "The window exploded. The window exploded." So my mother-in-law was in the guest room, and apparently the window exploded. And yeah, I pulled up. I looked at it. Uh, storm window, the storm window, and then the interior actual pane glass exploded. So that doesn't make sense. I was like, well, it couldn't have been from the lawnmower because I was way over there and the slope was down and the house is here. So if I hit any rocks, they would have gone down. Well, lo and behold, I get off the lawnmower, turn it off. I go inside and open the curtains, and she was in the room. And when the window fucking exploded, and there's a little stone in the window, actually like wrapped in the curtain. So that shit had some fucking momentum and speed in it, right? Because it fucking went through two panes of glass and into the curtain and like curled around the curtain. Um, there was glass fucking everywhere because the 2.5 foot by 2 foot pane of glass, the storm window broke, and then like 10 inch by 10 inch actual window broke. Uh, in that moment, I had an agent call me with an issue she was having with a client, and I spent 25 minutes on the phone with her. In the moment that my Spanish speaking mother-in-law thought the house was exploding.
Well, I mean, it's not going to explode again, so.
But that's my point is that like in that moment, while all this anarchy and chaos is going on, one of my agents called me, and 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 this is probably one of the biggest things I have working against me in terms of building a business, in terms of not being scalable, is my personal involvement in the business. So I mean, there's glass all over the bedroom, the guest room, the carpet, the floor. There's glass over the lawn. There's glass fucking everywhere. Uh, and I'm on the call for 25 minutes. But I think that's what separates us from the competition. The scalability of that is what I'm concerned with. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but you just got to find somebody else that understands the business as well as you do.
So uh, exactly, and that's very tough to do, by the way. So I listened to a podcast today about an MIT survey and research that they did, and they basically quantified people skills and they quantified AI skills, and then they merged them, and they quantify people skills across a myriad of different industries and different tiers of the industry, and same thing with the AI skills. And actually, let me go back. Let me go back.
I
20,
got like 5 minutes left in me, by
I'll
the
give you
way.
a summarize. So last night I was going for a run, and you know what hit me is that AI. Everybody's worried about AI coming for their low level jobs. I actually think that AI is going to take the high level jobs first.
Nope.
Let me ask you a question. What does a CEO do?
AI is not going to come for the high level jobs because the high level jobs will not allow for it.
I agree with you there. But what does a CEO do?
The CEO is there when they need to be.
What does a CEO do, though? What's their job?
Well, at a very basic level, they're the ones that are directing They're the ones choosing the direction of the company.
The direction of the company is what a CEO does.
Is what markets are we going into? What kind of tone are we taking with our marketing? What kind of people are we hiring?
Obviously, by the sign off of the board, right? So the board signs off on it, generally speaking. But the CEO is kind of like the captain of the company. This is the guy that says, "Hey, this is where we're going to go." The CEO doesn't actually do anything. Right?
No, they do a lot. It's just
Well,
the
no,
CEO.
they don't actually do. They give the doing to other people, right? So they say,
Okay, if you want to split
you're
hairs.
going to do, this is my idea. They test, but the CEO doesn't actually enact. The CEO just kind of does thinking, right? Uh, I think that role is actually more susceptible to AI than the person on the ground, which needs to have the humanoid robot coupled with the AI to take over their job.
That's a way too simplistic view of it.
Well, I mean, obviously, I gave a meeting this morning, and I said X job and X job and X job. You got to study this much, and then you get paid this much first year. And then, I said, so if you want to be a doctor, you got to study for 8 to 10 years, get your residency, and you're gonna, in New York City, you're going to graduate. You're going to make 224,000 to be a physician, 220,000 you want to be a veterinarian, 140,000 you want to be an attorney. You got to do this. You got to pass the bar. 120,000 first year. A software engineer, you got to study for 46 years, and nobody's hiring software engineers. Yeah. So,
Well, it depends.
but most companies right now are laying them off, and they actually end up rehiring them. But they end up rehiring the guys that have experience, and they're not hiring people that are recent graduates. Uh, but the epiphany that I kind of had when I went on the run last night was that the high level jobs, the CEO type jobs, are actually going to succumb to AI sooner than the feet on the ground.
Here's the reason why they won't.
Well, it's up to the board, by the way.
No. Well,
And also, obviously, they need.
Hold on, just let me make my argument. Let me make my argument.
Go ahead.
Because you're close when you say they have to answer the board. You're really close, which is as you ascend in any company, your accountability for failures becomes higher.
Mhm.
And that's why, like, when a company does really poorly, they axe their CEO really fast.
Yeah, true.
And so the thing is, AI is fundamentally unaccountable. And so the reason why AI will not replace the higher level roles is because either the CEO or the board, if you get to that level, wants to have a person to hold account
Hold accountable.
for the company's failings. And if it's the board that's trying to make representations to shareholders or whatever, they need to basically be able to present a head on a platter to the shareholders. And that's why the board will never elevate AI like much above like a low to mid-level manager, is because at some point you need to be able to have some physical manifestation for why something didn't go right. And nobody at this point in time, I'm not saying this is forever, but at this point in time, nobody will accept we are holding AI accountable for this business failure.
I
And
agree.
so
Let's
high
end
level
on that. You're
managers,
right. You're right.
high level CEOs, et cetera, will never be replaced by AI so long as there is still the desire to show a physical manifestation of accountability when something goes wrong.
All right, let's end on that because I got to pee. But that's a good endpoint. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Finish your drink. I got to pee. This is a good episode, actually. I like it. I will.
All right.
I will catch you later.
Laters.